Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and this is not going to be a work stream. This is going to be a hanging out and probably going to get into the Minecraft server again stream. But I can show you stuff I've been working on briefly. In the sense of I've been busy doing this. So these are all reverbs I've generated in the last, I guess, week or so. In fact, it looks like a bunch of the high scorers. Well, actually, no, that doesn't count because I had to go through and do all of these over again. When I say do all these over again, what I mean is this. Hi, you were supposed to open when I did this. There we go. I had to re-render the audio of literally all of these so that they could be consistent because I'm using the newest version of the program, which is, I've been updating the program like every couple of hours for the last week. But I'm using the newest version of the plugin that is to come out this coming weekend because I made it be calibrated so that the sustain on sounds like this would be more consistent. That's a 6x6 matrix. Boy, I'm not able to click anymore. Goes to show you how much this is taken out of me. Here's a 4x4. It's sustaining a little bit more, perhaps. Here is, boy, I wonder if it's going to get in the way of my Minecraft playing that I can't click. The Cosmos sustains longer. Let's see whether this is the same. I guess I just can't click anymore. And then we have 3x3 networks as well, which also I apparently cannot click on. And with that, those are not really meant to work in this way. So what you end up getting is whatever negative qualities of the 3x3 matrix sustained as a kind of frequency drone that lingers. And that's basically all you get. But I'm not going to be using the 3x3s as sustained reverbs anyhow. And yeah, so these are as many as I've done, not counting a smaller number that I just threw away because they scored that low. And so we've got a situation kind of like this. I can walk us through this, perhaps not in full stereo though. Those are 3x3 matrices. That, on the other hand, is a 6x6. This qualifies pretty much as either bad or overly large, because there seems to be a certain amount of correlation between the size making it hard for it to score high. But we've got a bunch of 6x6 reverbs that are not good. See the bottom edge of this? Go through these, and then you go through these. I had to do all of those. All of the yellow colored ones are basically reasonably okay. Then the orange ones score even higher, and the red ones are the highest scoring of all. And this is what bad sounds like. Although you could say, like, well, at least it's interesting. It's weird. And then we've got unusual things like this is a spring reverby sound. So I'm definitely keeping that, even though it doesn't score well, because it's a weird, unusual sound. These are the same kind of matrix. These are each 4x4 matrices. Like this is a 4x4, this is a 4x4, this is a 4x4. And these are all bad. Although you could say, like, well, this doesn't sound that bad, but it's measuring as bad according to a certain kind of measurement I'm doing. And I'm speculating about whether I should redo it, like, instead of LUFS minus max, maybe I should be doing total average minus max. The variables are slightly different each way. Here's another bad one. It's a 3x3. See, what I was trying to do is come up with a 3x3 matrix which has strong stereo characteristics that I can put in the beginning of the resulting plugin. Like, it's going to be a really good sounding 6x6 with an extended version of one of these on it. But not these ones, because these ones sound bad. I do not intend on making updates to Console X in the near future. Nor do I know how to do the thing that you say. So even if I did want to make updates to it, I wouldn't know how to do what you're asking. And so these are the second worst. Here's more of those 3x3 matrices, but these ones are slightly better than before. And in here we have K plate showing up. So this is K plate. We've also got one of the other spring reverb ones. And then here is, again, a slightly better 3x3. I've been doing this for days. This is why today is a Minecraft stream. I finished this up before streaming, and I'm not going to be thinking about this stuff until tomorrow when I combine my choice of these things into a plugin and do the VST version of it and all that kind of stuff. I would love to see Pamplejuice come out with a mono repo variant, because if I had that, I would be doing more of those things. I'm basically waiting for the guy who does Pamplejuice to be willing to get back into work on it. Until that point, there's not a lot of point in me attempting, because it's not a mono repo variant. So yeah, let's get back into another one of those 3x3s. And this one counts as slightly better than any of the previous ones. We're getting up to the yellow section now, which is, as you can see, very large. And here's our first reasonably good rated 6x6 matrix. This might be the one that comes out on Sunday. Could conceivably be this, because it's an extremely long reverb, which is what I'd like to do for the default of it. And it also sounds quite distant. And then there's also another one that is considerably smaller than that. The sizes get smaller, and as the score increases, it starts sounding a lot more like a room and a lot less like. And you are most welcome to fork things. The way I'm doing open source stuff, I expect you to fork it and make changes to it. There's gonna come a day when I'm not here to do this, so people will need to fork it. Like I recently had a birthday. It's like I'm 56 or something. Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. So we can skip ahead. This is what a really good 3x3 sounds like. And it could very possibly be the one that I use to expand. And by expand, what I mean is multiply all the values by 10. Don't make any other changes. And don't use the sustain. Actually, no, I won't be able to avoid using the sustain. But it'll be a lower frequency sound if I divide it by 10. So this is a 3x3. I do have K-Cosmos in here. One of my previous best performers. Within a color, it's sorted by size, not quality. So we could go looking for, like, I'll be adding more to these as I go and generating more things to test against all of this. And I'm going to be looking for, well, perhaps not that. I'm going to be looking for things that'll make a good small piano room and yet another K Cathedral, because why not? Why not just continue to put out variations on K Cathedral each time I get a new development? Some of that is going to be stuff like this, or in the vicinity, perhaps more like this, used without any regeneration, only as early reflections. Because the thing that I did with K-Cosmos early reflections, I don't think it really warrants having that big of a matrix for early reflections. Although there might be reason to, let's see, what's the closest 4? If you use a 4x4 as early reflections, that is a larger number of slapbacks, so you get more of a floof noise rather than individual echoes. The 27 echoes in a 3x3 sound very much like literally only reflections. But the 4x4 would be the equivalent of only reflections, but in a much more complicated room. So if I really wanted to simulate, for instance, a church with pews rather than an empty room, I might go for something like that. And it can produce things like this, which is a 194-seater. That is a 4x4. And around it is the 6x6. Which, if I pick the right sound for those, I can blend it with early reflections from something like this, which is a little more sparse, because part of the idea is being able to make the early reflections dry rather than filtered. It should be full brightness on the early reflections, and then the reverb sustain gets more of a natural sound. Get to smaller and smaller rooms. And then lastly, and then I will close this and go play. So a very small room, which is a 6x6 with 40,000 echoes in this tiny, tiny space. Sounds like a closet or something. It's a very convincing room as it goes. Some of those things might work as like a vocal reverb. One of those small Bowie vocal reverbs, like the early days of digital reverb when he was using small chambers. And then lastly, the high scorers, of which I have only 5, meaning I'm going to have to dig through the orange ones or just generate way more and hope to get one that scores well. It's a 3x3, but it sounds almost like acoustic reverb. It doesn't, but this is only 27 echoes feeding back on themselves. And that's also 27 echoes feeding back on themselves. And then we have 3 6x6 reverbs. So I could see using something like this. Might be a good piano room. Or smaller room. See, the smaller ones, although they usually don't score really well, these are the ones that are able to score real high. So it's a slight bias against small room. Listen to when the guitar comes in. Pretty plausible sounding. And then an even smaller room. And there you have it. That's what I've been doing. I've been working on that for, literally years, technically, if you get right down to it, but been burning a lot of rubber on it in recent weeks and recent days, to the point where today has to be a decompress day. And then I can get the compilable plugin tomorrow. I see that my window is covering up a foolish advertisement that this Minecraft launcher likes to use. So go figure. They can throw foolish advertisements at me. Apparently you can pay to not be shown that. I don't care. It also threw a random server at me when I started it up. It was like, hey, play this. And I'm like, no. You just put something in my list of servers. No. And so I clicked it like that, and then I hit delete. And I don't even remember what it was, other than it was something dumb. So yeah, I have really been up against it with these, and part of that is because I wanted to be able to... Oh, look, I've been given a thing. I just noticed that there was a shulker box there. Row and stand. I'm being given some iron. That's nice. A bunch of shells. Fancy pickaxe. Silk touch could come in handy. That's cool. And a bunch of ender pearls. Neat. And then there's an ender chest. There already was an ender chest, mind you, but I've had one placed there, so I appreciate that. That is, people have come and offered me tribute, and I like that as long as it's reasonable and not silly. As long as it's fun for everybody to do. So yeah, it's been a little while. Probably what I should do is just kind of try to get back into the swing of things a little. I know one of the things I have been doing is harvesting a bunch of bamboo. I wonder how much I've got so far. Now that's just cobble, and so is that. I do seem to have a bunch of gravel. I feel certain I had a bunch. Oh, I see. I have a bunch of bamboo planks. I was going to be building things out of bamboo planks. And I may yet do that. That might very well be what I do. Squids. I don't feel I need black ink that badly that I have to immediately go total hostile and be like, must destroy the squid. I can allow it to do its own thing for the time. But here is something I would have kind of liked to do. Let's see, axe might do it. Getting back into the swing of the old Minecrafty thing. Whilst trying not to chop holes in the ground with my fancy axe. Yeah, because this should be a very fast way of getting a bunch of planks. If I remember how to do it. I'm going to have so many they don't even fit in my inventory. And then I'll just go and plant some more. Cool, cool. Now, how do we go about doing this? Can you make it into a block in this way? No, you can't. So I am going to need to play this better. I think I see somebody's note for me. Boy, I really didn't think ahead, did I? What do we got going on here? Well, I have a... Oh! The burb. Break spring above stopped vine. I had a bird and it died. And somebody has found me one, although that wouldn't be mine technically. But still, happy to have the bird there. That is a nice, thoughtful thing. Joy having them there. Yeah, I remember being quite dismayed when the bird died. That was tragic. We don't like that. Hey, Brooke. And some more cobble. I don't think I have a crafting table sitting around in easy reach. But I can run over to use one, I think. Boy, how many of these things can I even pick up? Apparently lots of them. They were clearly not being dropped as stacks. So that's one way of doing that. And here's one way of kind of moving along, making just a few more. Look, I have exact numbers, ain't I cute? And let me see, how do we go about making these into planks. Well, not that way. There was a way. Not that way either. Interesting. Oh, okay, that way. You can just make them into planks. You get lots of planks out of them. Okay, so that's cool. And now I've used up all my bamboo and I don't have any more. Huh. Well, I know where I can get more unless it's gone away. And if I have even one more sitting around, I will sort of start a geometrical progression and start giving myself more. Ah, I have 4. Okay, so here's what we do now. Seeing as I've used up all of them without starting any. Oh, that's not what I meant to do at all. That's not going to be an efficient way of growing these things. So, and we wait. So I'll get back to being able to make large quantities of bamboo. In fact, there's some over there if I wanted to hasten the process, but it's hastening itself pretty well. Also, break string above stopped vine. I'm very interested in what that means, but I don't know. Oh, here we go. There's a string. Okay, so apparently something will eventually happen. Also, there is some seeds. My clever players, look at what you've done. You've replaced the burb with an exact replica of the burb, and it gets to be my burb. That is really kind. What a nice thing to do. And you can continue to sit on that. Apparently you liked it. Boy, Airwindows people are very clever. I must admit I'm curious as to what it's like over here. People have been doing a bunch of work on this server to the extent that, I mean, it's play. I was having a conversation with a friend the other day, and let me take a moment and see whether I can find I thought I had a boat, but I might have just picked it up or something. Having a conversation with a friend, and I've been doing sort of a bunch of work and hard thinking on, don't mind me, just looking for a spare boat. I could always make one. I'm curious as if I have one. Also, let's grab a bed while I'm at it in case I head out. And one of the fun things that I could do is build a chicken bomb, build a chicken breeder device. Boats? Nope. There are some boats. Wait a little moment and head out in the morning. Yeah, it's like I have these friends in the recovery community, and it's quite interesting because we cover a wide range of people. That's the whole thing with, if you're a drug and alcohol abuse recovery person, it means that there is a thing that is more important than anything else to you. And if you forget that, you run the risk of going out and using, because it's pretty significant. So I have a sponsor in recovery, but this is somebody who stop and go, using your travel, leave a gift, or save your life. Very nice. This is somebody who called me out when my romantic entanglement had tried to flare up again. And he knew that the person whom I had dated had also offered me drugs. And so he's like, well, this is the most important thing to us. And you said that that was why you ceased to be in that relationship and gave it up. And now you're telling me you're hearing from them again? Oh, well, that's neat. We have a roof of the nether place. That's really cool. And how does that even work? Is it simply been named that, or does it direct you somehow? It is sure aiming at something. I guess it's time to find out. Cool sounding noises. And there's a bunch of more end portal. Neat, okay. There'll be fun things to explore today. Assuming I feel like exploring fun things and don't just like derp around in my own little zone, which may very well be what I have in mind. But I wanted to see what was up with the nether, and I have now found out. What's up with the nether is it's now a shortcut to an end portal. That's cool. And I can also see what spawn is like. Again, I'm not necessarily going to go and check out people's builds, because when I go and check things out, if it's on stream, when I'm on stream, I'm revealing the server. Anybody who is clever enough is welcome to come and play, as in clever enough to notice that I'm revealing the server. And that does also mean that I can't really proof anything against griefing, but what I can do is simply not go and show anybody's builds. Because if you don't see the build, you can't go and hunt it down. I wonder if that is a... Well, there's certainly a lot of boats parked here. This is somebody's simple little house. I had a feeling like maybe it was a entry to a tunnel into the depths of the... Because here's spawn. I thought maybe it was a tunnel into the depths of spawn, but perhaps not. So I wonder whether there are animals in this corral that I made at such... Well, that's not even a corral, is it? Nope. No, all the animals have been let out. Well, that was early gameplay, though. That was early stage. So the fact that my wilds have been de-wilded is like, fine, whatever. I had hopes that I was going to be able to keep lots of cows and stuff in here. But it's all fine. Ow. Oh, somebody got a banner. And I can, hey Craftyman. Craftyman has joined the game. And I can get a slightly better start on replenishing those bamboos I was growing. We've still got my basic, like, beets and pumpkins and things. A little bit of this and that. Oh, however, this has gone away. Okay, so one fewer enchanting table. I think maybe they gave me... No, they gave me a brewing stand, not an enchanting table. Smoker, I think I built those. Ender chest again. That at least is not likely to be ruined. Ooh, a relatively good bow. Yeah, so my whole pretty little bower and the enchanting table setup was destroyed. But there are a couple of music discs, so at least there's that, I guess. If I want to do enchanting, I'll have to come up with a way of doing it. And when one isn't enough, buy 10 more. Don't know what that means. Hilbert transform. Yeah, so somebody who was more mean than cool came here and broke everything. But again, like I said, that's what you get for a public server. That's why I'm doing my thing in like more private areas. One thing I will do, however, is I'm going to see, I bet I have some of these trees in here somewhere. Surely. But it's not going to be there. Yeah, there we go. Well, you can get rid of my whole little enchanted bower, but I'm just going to plant another one. So there. Next you'll have to come here, ruin everything, and take away the dirt. And unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye to those signs because I want to grow another plant there, rather than just have those few pieces of log. There. Okay, so there will at least be something growing. It won't be the original one, but it'll be, if not, and it's a pity, I'm pretty sure they also took all the lapis, but that's to be expected. When people go through this kind of thing and try much, much harder to ruin everything, they will do more damage, but as long as it's only this amount of damage, this is what I'm going to do. Also, what the heck is this thing anyway? Looks like a wheel. Grindstone. Facing floor. Well, shucks, that doesn't belong there, so I'll take that. Dark oak sign. And grindstone. Must be something you can do with that. Perp perp. Well, some of you have presumably already been playing it, seeing as they broke everything. Or if you mean one that I made myself, there's nothing quite like that. There are no Minecrafts that I literally made myself. There was Snowball Madness. Right click on the grindstone, I can give it a try. I gotta better place it first. Repair and disenchant. Okay. That's neat. I'll come up with something to do out of that. So zzz for anybody who is in fact still here. I've made myself my cup of coffee. I ended up making it struggle very hard to go through the filter because I had added more cinnamon and cayenne than I usually do. I usually add this sort of spice mix based on a kind of ice cream that is local to Walpole, just across the river from Bellows Falls. But I liked it so much, I thought that that ice cream place was going out of business, which happily turns out it has not gone out of business yet, and that pleases me. Let's see, and I'm going to want some dirt, so I'll simply take dirt from here if I can find it. Maybe I've got other places where there are dirt. I can always just go and dig a bunch up. But I am interested in finding places where I can just grab dirt and then go and use it. And we can close that. And I don't see dirt there, although we do have a couple of eggs, special eggs. Yeah. Macmoot Scheller came and did a drive-by praising, "Hey, mastering 2 is beyond good, bye." That's cool. So I'm going to head back over to where my boat was. It's neat how you have all of these leaves and leaf stuff on the grass, making little scuffy noises as you walk through it. Oh, I fell down a hole. Oh, okay, that goes down. Neat. Well, I can do that too on my own turf. And if I'm not careful, I'm going to go right over things that will cause my boat to sink, because there is one of those little places where you could make your boat sink. And also make another portal. But I think maybe I'm not making another portal right at this instant. Another perhaps fun thing to do would be I could just take a boat and go heading out in whatever direction. I'd go across the sea and see what I discover. Here's the nearby docks. This is the super deep water. And the super deep water is a place where you can very easily end up with a bunch of nasty, mean zombies coming at you. And then let's see. Hey, Burb. How nice to have Burb back. That is a thing of kindness. People doing that for me. Seeing how it was a sad thing that I had Burb and then something, I forget what I did something wrong. I'm sure it was my fault that Burb died, but I don't remember exactly what I did. Essentially, we've got replacement Burb now. So that's cool. And I think what I'm going to do is simply continue the process I was in when I left off. Because essentially the idea was I would like the surface of this entire place to be grass. Funny thing about that though, like as much as I'm enjoying turning this island into just plain grass, although that is obviously cobble, so something was underneath there. In real life, I am making an effort to have my lawn be, instead of grass, clover. There's a kind of clover that you can get. It's called microclover, which can work like grass, but it produces tiny flowers, so pollinators can actually get some use out of it. It is also requires less in the way of mowing, which is something I've always found annoying about normal grass. Oh, I remember where I was getting dirt. I was getting dirt from under the ocean. There is an idea. That's something we can do. I can go and mine for dirt in the ocean. Or mine for dirt just by digging down. I do feel, however, that if I go swimming around in the ocean looking for dirt, and I do have some things like there is a helmet with aqua affinity and respiration, so that's helping me out. If I still had that enchanting table that was so cruelly taken from me. Oh, and also we could rearrange some of these. Like I can have a small building which is just this big, but it could be longer. Still, if I have walls in there, it's only 3 wide, and that's not very large. I was thinking in terms of having a much larger one over here. Oh, Crafty Man and Lucasipo have run into each other. I was also going to plant more of the bamboo, seeing as I might as well. There. I will work my way back up to generating large quantities of bamboo. But here's the thing that I did. Make a larger floor plan for a larger building of some kind. And I could probably also take down stuff like that. Oh, are you? Fair enough. Delighted to hear it. Indeed, there's like these compasses which apparently are leading to useful places and things. Do I have vines on me? No. Well, I soon can. Maybe. Oh, totally. Yep. Put the grindstone there in the slightly interesting and cool chest. And yeah, I can totally picture just derping around doing not very interesting things today. All that reverb stuff is challenging in its own special way. Got there. Looking upon my domain. Oh, look. There's some dirt. That is clearly grass. So that is clearly surface dirt. I can go get some of that dirt from over there. Although, I'd better have a little treetop sleep. Night is coming on. Hopefully I don't fall off the tree when I wake up. Probably won't. I can't imagine that that would happen. That would be most unusual. Yep, it was fine. I was collecting copper at one point. Not in any very serious way, but I do remember picking some copper. Getting rid of lots of vines. Glad that I still have some stacks of vines, because if I wanted more of them, it's definitely on the slightly wasteful side. Making all these just straight up despawn without harvesting them. I feel like I should take more attention to getting more of those vines, because I could make my buildings and then put vines on the surface of them so that they're nice, kind of classy, ivy-looking things. Now, where is the spare block? Here it is. Is that the only one? I think it is. Oh, I left one. Well, let's see. Time enough to go and get it. There we go. I'll figure out some more appropriate way of making lots of vines. I remember I saw a few full stacks of them. Oh, some more. There we are. I'm not really going and getting all of the wood either, but mostly I'm just looking to remove the jungle tree for the moment. Less inspired by the idea of having multiple jungle trees everywhere. Yeah, it's very thoughtful that people wanted to replace the bird. Although, you know, I had not actually named that bird or anything, which is something I could have done, because I did have a name tag, but it just it didn't end up being that high on my priority list. Let's see, where were those multiple stacks? Here they are. And plenty of more jungle logs. Don't think I need that sign or that gravel, but on the other hand, I have multiple full chests for cobble. So that could be a thing. Yep. Nothing fell out of the sky that time. I'm digging on the bamboo look. That seems nice to me. And it's kind of wasteful having this much cobble and not doing anything with it, but I've also got whatever this is. Oh yeah, I'd need shears to take that. Excuse me. Probably means I shouldn't be drinking cayenne cinnamon coffee. I'll be getting back to the reverb grind soon enough. I'll be finishing up the upcoming testbed plugin. Oh hey, got a visitor. Hi. Might as well take some of this stuff down. I even like the sound that bamboo makes when you chop it. Oh, somebody's got a... Yep, elytras. Well done. Well done. That's playing the game properly. Let me see now. Where did I put... here. That's where I put... So I'll sort this stuff out later, I think. Oh, and a couple of final drops. Lovely, except for they were in, let's see, yeah, this one. Okay, I had made reference of the fact that I saw dirt over here. And I sure did. So I can 100 mine this all up. I can 100% mine this all up. And go further down. Oh, look, it has sand too. I will take all of the available things here. I am sure... Oh! Okay, that's just not decayed yet, that's all. I'm sure I can make use of this. Ah, shulker farm. Cool, cool. Yep, I've been given a bunch of shulker pieces and shulker boxes. Or at least one shulker box and also some other shulker stuff, so understood. I appreciate it, thank you. So the job for today is flatten this out to some depth and get all of the dirt I will need, and also sand and stuff for the particular making I was doing. Looks like we have a good amount of stuff, and the shovel's holding out pretty good. I'm glad I'm carrying my bed because I'm going to be using it momentarily. Gotta love the enchantments on these helmets. Let me do this. Swim it over here for a moment. And swim back over here for just another moment. And then it is nighttime. Yeah, Perp earlier asking when will we get to play my Minecraft. I actually have plans for doing other Godot engine things, but it wouldn't be Minecraft so much as there was this game I wanted to do based on being able to make a card game on the subject of arrangements and composition. I've pretty much decided, and this might be something I get into next week, could be as soon as next week that I get into this. I should be able to use the Godot engine to make a game that's working underwater too long. A game that is working along the same concepts. Oh, look at this. We can go down into the deepest depths, which is not very deep really. And that's one of the things that's sort of slowing me down, knowing that I intended to do this. Yeah, there used to be books back at Spawn before somebody griefed it. So I can't take responsibility for not being able to offer that. I had books there. They're just not there anymore. So this arrangement game is essentially the same mechanic that I was using That noise was in-game, but it sounded like a motorcycle going by outside. It's very weird. I wonder how many stacks of dirt I've got by now. Goodly amount. Probably don't need much more than this. I have every intention of continuing to work with BusyComp. I'm glad that you like it because there's going to be more. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure BESIComp is going to be the basic mechanic for how console H's compression is going to work. And yes, that is not an emulation of any other compression that's existed, but I don't mind because the idea is to get something that usefully does stuff rather than be-cloning something else that existed. So much sand. But then at the same time, I don't like all of this. I don't need more gravel. I like the idea of grabbing a bunch of sand, but I'm not that inspired about the gravel. I pretty much have infinite smelting at this stage. I got the lava bucket system, I've got furnaces. I can do all the smelting I want. How are we doing? Okay, that's a good number of stacks. It's not that many sand, though. Gravel and clay. So, fair enough. Well, there's bound to be lots of all of this everywhere. Oh, hey, we're digging deeper than necessary, to the point where maybe I want to put that back. Yeah. Oh. Catch your breath. Okay, so that doesn't look right. What can we do to fix this? Or do we just have a hole in the ocean? Weird holes in the ocean, anyone? Hey, happy to see you, Oreo. Random ocean holes are us. Maybe I can fix that. How can we go about fixing this? Okay, so that's now fine. That's now fine. That's no fine. There. No random holes here. Okay. I think I'll be done with this pretty soon. Although, granted, going and getting more sand is tempting. There will be plentiful sand. And look, this time I'm not even digging while swimming. Go me. But now I am. It's actually swifter. You can't be all that much by me. I'm out here removing the reef that my bed is on. Farmable resources I'm going to want a lot of. I can't think of anything really off of the top of my head. Just the basic playstyle I'm doing here isn't all that much. It's a fair thought. I mean, that's a good thought. I like the fact that this is a more sophisticated server than I can personally do myself. I will head back over to land momentarily, just after I pick up all of the bits of dirt. Looking good. Swimming at speed toward where we're at. Underneath stuff is interesting. And time to throw down a quick bed and sleep. Yeah, I know the feeling. I was talking a little bit about how I had a and now I have all of this dirt that I can finish the replace everything with dirt job. So that seems cool. I'll see how far it stretches. I am going to need to continue this process because it's going to take a while. So, oh, wait, no, it isn't. No, it's not. I've been given a gift that will help in this endeavor. And I'm going to allow that to happen. I've been given a Silk Touch pick. It might not be a shovel, but one thing it can darn well do is give me a grass block or two. And that's all I'm going to need. Oh no! Okay, tell you what. Gimme. I'll even waste extra dirt to come back up. And if it means falling through the floor, then I'll call that enough. But there we are, that's what I needed. That's what I was doing with this, bringing grass out so that I can use it in this area over here. Won't take too much. I have been listening to new music lately. The DJ First Person, who I believe is in what, Thailand? I'm not remembering where first person is from. Singapore, I think. Posted a new genre, wave and funk, which was quite interesting because I'd never heard of that. And it's like, okay, people are making up new stuff all the time. And it turned out wave and funk uses reverb extensively. So I was like, hey, I'm doing work that could actually be useful to people. That's cool. And yeah, people doing all of this stuff, inventing genres basically around like this, but slowed down and with reverb, or this, but there's raps, but the raps sound like they're over a telephone and they have to sound far away. And I'm like, hey, I'm actually working in those areas. I'm helping to make different kinds of sounds happen. And I think for a while now, it is going to be the case that you can't really do AI generation and make particularly good sounding reverb. So it fascinates me that even before it really becomes a thing, it's like, oh hey, there are people who are developing forms of music that would be resistant to just generating fake versions of it. And maybe not even with any great intentionality, like, oh, must make a version of music that you can't AI generate. More just like, no, this sounds cool to me, and it just happens to be a kind of sounding cool that will be somewhat resistant to generating. Because like, if you could do it that easily, then everybody's reverbs would sound amazing. But instead, I'm putting a lot of work into trying to make stuff sound actually good and having some progress. And how nice that there are genres of music that are leaning into the stuff that I'm working on and will be able to take advantage of whatever I'm able to create. There'll be genres which are like, okay, weird bad reverbs, and I can make those all day long. In fact, I've got some examples of them that I'm more than happy to put out. Every time I'm able to do something like that, it gives me time to like derp around on Minecraft or whatever and just not beat myself into the ground too hard. Which is important. He says as he yeets a dirt. Yeet. Thank you. Wanted to pick the dirt back up again, please. There we go. And now we get back into the punch-a-chunk style. Punch-a-chunk is a form of Minecrafting invented, I think, by James Turner of Loading Ready Run. At least I think it's his specific thing. In which you pick a chunk boundary and dig down to bedrock. Is basically what that's about. It's like, okay, let's have a chunk, dig down to bedrock. That's what this game is. And you do it specifically within a chunk, and you can only use the materials that you get whilst mining out that chunk, which is also an interesting twist on how to make it work. I would not decline an elytra, but it's not going to be one of the things that I badly want, like, oh goodness, please give me one of these, because I'm not doing stuff involving traveling around very much. I mean, it'd be cool, but if anybody else is traveling around, they should have it rather than me. Because the style of Minecrafting that I'm doing on my server is very much just find a place, do fun stuff in it. If that gets griefed or destroyed, go and find another place and continue. And if it doesn't, well, then I'll just develop it in whatever way I see fit. It's the whole purpose of the thing is largely just like, let me take some time and not just be trying to develop plugins as hard as I can. Because like that's a good way to Steve Albini yourself. As you know, Steve Albini is no longer with us, and he did a bunch of great work while he was around. And he was also a huge fan of variations on coffee that really tricked and fooled you into being cranked out of your damn mind. He would call them fluffy coffees. And it was extremely strong espresso mixed with like milk and maple syrup so that it was a sweet, a deceptively sweet drink. And basically, you were meant to just drink unlimited quantities of it when you were in the studio at Electrical Audio. And this is fine, but my day-to-day life is not getting the opportunity to go into a major studio, at which point you have to be at full crank at all times. So I don't really tend to gravitate towards pushing it as hard as I possibly can at any given moment. I'm learning to be gentler about how hard I go with all of this stuff. I might need to go and get more dirt. I also might need to fix this pick. Yeah, I could definitely see needing to get more dirt. I am going to be down to less than a stack in a moment. Amazing how much dirt you need for doing big elaborate things like this. Like if anybody has mass quantities of dirt, you could go and give me some dirt. Never mind the elytra, give me dirt. One of the things I had in mind with this little floor plan, making a building out here, and then storing some of my resources like diamonds or whatever in the form of surface blocks rather than the form of ender chests and such. Like there would be a room and the room is basically just solid diamond block, and so that's where the diamonds live. And as you accumulate more, I think that that would actually be a phenomenal thing. I'm going to sleep in my regular sleeping space. That would be a phenomenal thing in real life if it were possible. I think if you are like some wealthy person and you have like 1 million tons of gold, you should have to have it in a room. I mean, technically you would have it in a room, but like people's wealth should not be sitting around in abstractions. Yikes. Look at you. Somebody brought me dirt. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. The Dirt Avenger came and delivered what I needed for finishing out this island in a convenient way, and off they went. That's definitely cool. And I can put... Oh, I can't remember whether you can do this. Nope. You can't put a shulker box inside. It would be shulkerception. And that's... You can't do that. It would be wrong to do. Shulkerception. Let's see. Extra cobble. And while I'm at it, I should be fixing up. Oh, I can increase that. Place some more gravel. Unknown map. What is this unknown map? Okay, cool. The unknown map is literally just my place. I dare say I can add more maps to it and expand it as I go. Cool, cool. I'd like to place that somewhere once I finish with it. I'll get more of them and expand it outwards and then post it somewhere. Speaking of which, time to expand the not as fast as I thought that it would be bamboo situation. Especially now that my inventory is already full, so I can't actually use this the way that I would want to. Or is it? No, it's not as full as I thought it was going to be. Cool. And let me see whether I can do a double run. I'm concerned that if I don't have it as the plant, it won't grow. Although it probably will just fine. And let's see, like this. And I run out. And what the heck, as long as I'm doing this, let's just expand it outwards like mad. Also, do I have a place to put kelp? Perhaps not right now. Okay, let's keep this going. Try not to go somewhere where there is a torch. You know what? That's going to be enough. Oh no, enough is never enough. Excess in all things. Let's make lots more. We'll get the exponential bamboo thing going, never you fear. All the bamboo forever. Okay, good enough. It's nice having burb. I forget how I killed burb. It's certainly something I was unhappy about. Let me see. Kelp? Kelp? No, but there's the kelp blocks, so there's that. Ah, here we go. So that'll fix that up pretty good. Excuse me. Also, I don't need the clay balls or the sand. I definitely have a higgledy-piggledy zone as far as all of this stuff is concerned. And well, now hang on a moment. Was that not even? I guess the pickaxe wasn't even enchanted. In which case, it's kind of meaningless using a clean one to. I would have sworn it had been, though. I just wasn't used to what it's like mining with anything good. That is. Well, now hang on a moment. As long as I'm in the process of doing this, somebody was kind enough to give me an ender chest, and I had some stuff stashed in the ender chest. Ah, there we go. So I do have a good pickaxe, and I would be able to repair it, which I won't even need to do. I'll stash this silk touch there. again, see, block of gold, and there's also, I've been given some iron blocks, which is very nice. And so I was thinking I'll make a house and then just fill rooms with blocks of stuff. And that would be, rather than it being in a chest, the fancy stuff should be in block form, taking up space in the world. And it should have to be the same way for real people in real life, in my opinion. And as soon as I said that, I was like, well, technically people who own gold will have it in a place in real life, because that's kind of the definition of the thing. It's sort of the only way that ever is possibly to work. But I was thinking of it along the lines of, like, rather than having things be abstractions. And the weird part is that the ender chest is all abstraction. So you have that, and then even if it gets broken, you can still get it back. It's like an FDIC insured stack of diamond block. Because if even the thing gets destroyed and all your stuff gets destroyed and you get killed, as long as you can make an ender chest someday, you can have it back. But yeah, there are a lot of things like, I don't know, stock valuations, stuff like that, which are the opposite of the concept of this is the house that I made and these are all the diamond blocks, which encompass all of the diamonds I have in my possession. Like, that is a real thing. You could indeed have that. Also, maybe there could be a house. Like, how deep does this go, though? Pretty deep. And we immediately get a monster. But I don't care, because I'm coming back out. Haha. I don't know why those zombies spawn so easily in that area, but they very enthusiastically do. They just love spawning there. Somebody was asking for copper. Maybe I should mine this up. Oh, how do I keep getting like a... Oh, I know how I'm getting that. I'm literally just digging it up. That is 100% what I'm doing with this pick here. So that would explain why I'm coming up with all this cobble, is I'm taking the top layer off of this entire place and replacing it with dirt so it can be alone. Boop. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about what's going on. Minecraft is very much like pixelated Second Life in the sense of it's very pixelated and there's nothing really to it other than what you choose to do in it. I wouldn't call it the most like motivational thing. Again, I mentioned James Turner. James Turner of Loading Ready Run inventing the game of Punch-a-Chunk and turning it into like a whole thing, which he then goes and does very often. And it's just pick a chunk boundary. A chunk is like a 16 by 16 area, or however big it is, because I'm not that much of an expert at Minecraft. and you simply mine it out using only the resources that are available to you inside the chunk in which you begin. So you pick a chunk where it has like some trees and stuff, and you punch the tree down and it gets you wood tools, and you use the wood tools to make stone tools, and you dig down, and if you find diamonds, you find iron, you have to make an iron tool and use it. If you find diamonds, you have to make a diamond tool and use it. And there's all these funny little rules, and they're completely arbitrary. Like, completely arbitrary. Because there's no real purpose to punch a chunk other than this is something that you can do in Minecraft. And yet, it's strangely fun to watch. He really gets into his... let's see, is this the one? Sure is. He really gets into the chunk punching and has done it for charity purposes, done it just as being a Twitch streamer, and that becomes his thing. Other people have taken it up. Multiple people have done punch a chunk at the same time. And it's on the back of this fairly simple voxel game, Minecraft. It just is one of the possibilities inherent in the system. So that's kind of neat. It's kind of neat that the system allows you to just make up whatever. The thing about making this into a building and then storing all of the diamonds that I will have as block form in there, I'll probably make windows and it'll be visible from outside just because why not? That becomes a sort of art statement. Funny that I should pick Minecraft when I've been clicking myself into repetitive stress injury this entire time, but on reverbs rather. So, well, the mining out of these blocks is less clicking and more holding down the button, so I'll focus on that for a while. And I'll get lots of cobble out of it, which I can turn right back into smooth stone quite easily, because I do have all those furnaces, which are essentially, it's essentially a free smelting farm, because they're just regular old furnaces. I do wonder whether maybe there's other forms of that which would work better, but that aside, it's regular old furnaces. And I've got that lava farm right next to it, meaning that I'm not going to run out. So doing that, I can save on clicks a little bit, at least to some extent. It goes wrong occasionally, but that's fine. And there we are. And now I gotta let this area fill in. I have not disabled the music, it just isn't choosing to play any right now. And I am going to lean into the Minecraft music being relaxing because I'm enjoying that for today. And also, speaking of Persona Alt avatars, let me see, which one is it? Oh no, that was just full screening me. Hopefully I did not break the stream doing that. But yeah, there's some kind of... Which is the button that changes your viewpoint? I do not remember, only that it is clearly not F11. I'm watching my stream showing up in YouTube Studio now just to make sure that it didn't break when I hit the wrong button. No, I think it is fine. If it wasn't, I'd just figure out something else to do about it. Oh, this F5, okay. Yeah, you can't really see it very clearly, but you're talking about Fursona avatars. That's clearly a Siamese cat. So, go figure, you're not safe from that. Not in here. But it's a rather pixelated one. Okay, so should I mine up all of this granite? I do have a bunch of granite already, but this is another place I can get some. I guess the question there is how much would I even really need, though? But I do need to take this top layer off, so there is that at least. This is actually quite punch-a-chunk-like. It's not any too specific, but I'm acting like I need to do only the first layer before doing any further layers, and that's part of the punch-a-chunk concept. Okay, so that's 32 granite. How much more granite do I even have versus how much more do I even need? Yeah, fair point. Second Life had the tendency of being quite non-family friendly at times. Okay, so I don't honestly need more in the way of granite. Looks like I'm going to have enough. Also don't need more in the way of cobble. I'm going to fill up another one of these while I'm at it, if I'm not careful. But I can get busy smelting some copper. Ooh, do all of these have buckets? I think they all do. Cool. Okay, so that's totally ready to go. And the bucket can immediately be replenished. See, this is why this is an infinite smelting station. Blaze Farm, what does that remind me of? Oh, okay, so I remember what that reminds me of. The idea of the Blaze Farm reminds me of that. Granted, I have a ender chest, but if I did not, I would be looking for some blaze powder because I've got some eyes of ender, and beyond that, I don't have a way of making ender chests. I just said I didn't need more of that. I was not lying when I said I didn't need more granite. Just because it's there doesn't mean I need to mine it all up. I'd be strict with myself and not do excessively silly things. Yeah, tomorrow I should be getting back into the making make a path towards the bed. Not like that. Yeah, that's appreciated, especially for people who are randomly visiting the server just because they saw the address, which one can see if you're watching this. having ender chests is a good way of like forestalling against griefage, because if you're playing and you're not simply trying to ruin everybody's day, having access to an ender chest means that you can build up stuff for yourself. Let me pick up some of this while I'm at it. You can build up stuff for yourself, but not necessarily lose it if you get caught in somebody's negativity. And I think that's quite useful, so I encourage people, I guess it's going to be filled in with dirt. I encourage having the ender chests around for that specific purpose, for the purpose of making it more possible for people to play here without either being supremely defensive or griefy or whatever, and then being able to have things that you can continue to have even if you run into some kind of trouble. And for early gameplay, like you saw, I had a couple of enchanted things kicking around in an ender chest because there had been one available. I forget even exactly how that ended up happening, but early on there was an ender chest and I had not made one, but somebody brought one, and I immediately went and put some of my cool things in it, because I'm remaining aware that being in this zone of letting people come and play in my basement, because the server lives in my basement, that's why it's only costing me the electricity it takes to run it. I'm not renting it. And so that lets me be a little bit more lenient about how that rolls, how we play in it. Speaking of which, it'll be fine. Let me stretch these bits of grass out further. I was going to silk touch up some more bits of grass so that it would spread faster, but I don't think I actually really need to after all. I'll just extend this area. It'll eventually get there. Oh, hello, more coal. That's the thing, because everything I might want to make out of coal could also be made out of just trees and smelting them. Alrighty, see you later, Oryu. Glad to have caught up with you in this not especially common, but it will occasionally happen, streaming day of gaming streaming. Yeah, I had begun to talk about something earlier. The friend that I hang out with, he's one of those folks where we have a fundamental thing in common, which is the recovery. And so when we have other things that are not in common, such as politics, I'm able to say, okay, so you've looked after me in some important ways. You can even be my sponsor. There is a condition. We have to consider the recovery thing and helping people be able to get clean. That has to be the most important thing, otherwise deals off. And I take it quite seriously, but there are many levels to that. Because the thing is, if you're a recovery person and you don't put that first, you will lose everything after having lost the recovery. And that applies to politics as well. And the recovery place that I go to has a tendency to be inclusive in, around things like sexual orientation and stuff. I mean, that said, it is New Hampshire / Vermont, so there are other areas where it's not especially inclusive just because it is not a diverse area in the country. And that's frustrating, but it is also the truth. But everybody that I know and care about in this recovery community is dead serious about being welcoming and consistent with our beliefs on, differences in religion or sexual orientation or whatever cannot be a reason to not want somebody to get clean. And that sticks strong enough that none of the people who are right-wingers balk at that once it's in a recovery context. And as such, they stay clean too. But what it means is that is a built-in limitation on whether somebody can be prejudiced. Because even if they were inclined to be prejudiced, like the guy that I'm talking about struggles with anything beyond binary pronouns. He ain't comfortable with they, them. And another one of my recovery friends is they, them, and I kind of have a they, them streak. It just doesn't dominate enough to where I would pronoun it. That would be kind of dishonest to go on well, I am going to start they, theming with myself because it wouldn't accurately describe who and what I am and how I'm doing, and it's an honesty thing. But yeah, the recovery community that I spend time with are dead serious about inclusiveness, and that includes everybody who is coming from a different perspective. They are all befriending and actually caring about, and earnestly it matters. If somebody comes and they are a they, them trans person or whatever, it won't matter. These people will go to their limits as far as being welcoming. And where it gets weird is where people's limits are I cannot wrap my head around this pronoun thing. I just can't personally do it. If we have a vote on whether everybody has to start using that, I'm going to have to vote no because I can't make any sense out of it in my head. I just can't square it. And that to them is being honest with where they're at. Part of the nature of the process is that we all end up growing a little out of our comfort zones, which is its own interesting kind of thing. There's a significance to that as well. Let me see. Let's place some torches on these places. I can put some, I should be chopping these down soon too, but I can put some torches down. Grass will grow under them. In fact, I'll put all of my torches down just because I won't be needing them, but it'll get them out of my inventory. And like I said, I do believe that grass will grow underneath torches just fine. All right. No developments on Console H during this momentary time that I'm completely caught up in reverbs. Reverbs have been occupying so much of my attention that I have nothing going on, but I have specific ideas around Console H, namely certain EQ choices, and by the same token, everything that I've done with fancy high performance EQ has not been done using biquad filters, and that is potentially a opportunity. So the thing with that is I've been making all of that stuff with angle EQ, which is a very strange bizarre EQ, and yet I can make it work. With some of my stuff, like Console X, I'm using Kalman filters. That is also a strange EQ. I'm doing sort of arbitrarily weird stuff and making it work. But for something like I feel like I can apply the same thing to console O specifically. And I bet I hear some nasty critter over here. Right? Somebody's going to throw a trident at me. So I can use whatever I see fit on console H. Oh, by the way, but for console O, it could merit returning to the biquad filters, which are very controllable and well behaved. But rather than what I've been doing previously, which was you use the biquad filters, you stack them up, and then you use that to produce your filter slopes. I can use the technique that made angle EQ behave itself to produce a biquad technique. Look at how much dirt I'm using up. I'm doing a great job with the dirt. I can use the same technique that I'm using to make angle EQ behave in things like pointy guitar, but apply it to normal, correct, well-behaved biquad filters to produce something that will both sound awesome, but also have the capacity to do extremely steep filter slopes. And it should do that with very well-behaved cutoffs. And the geometry with which I'm building them, the fact that I'm using that angle EQ trick, should produce a ability to make a console O where the broad-based, like maybe for that one, what I could do is I could make it a 4-band instead of a 3-band with a pitch changer, or I could use the things on console X that I'm currently using for dynamics and have it be like a 6-band, stuff like that. It's very much stuff that becomes possible. Let's see, do I have steak? I do. So we can... I love how we've got these trees sort of over there in the mist. And that means I can have even more torches, and we'll put torches literally everywhere. I don't think as a permanent mode of decoration, more along the lines of just, why not? And literally how much of this area have I done? Am I working on the final little area now? Maybe. Could be. Yeah, that's a floor plan that can be expanded outwards using all of this granite, of which I've got a little bit of polish left over. There's another floor plan over here, and I can put further... Yeah, let's just finish this up. It ain't quite punch chunk, but it's in the same general vicinity. what I'm probably going to want to do is mine out under all of this stuff and replace it with grass, but then end up removing all of these features, all these like out in the open chests and things, and then finish building the buildings and place stuff in those. It seems like that would be good. Yeah. I am taking a break on even thinking about the reverbs for the purposes of digging holes in Minecraft or changing large areas of Minecraft into grass. But the expectations for the reverb are I should be able to finish building the testbed reverb, Verb 6, for people to be able to use this coming Sunday. It should come out this Sunday. That will require me to pick out the appropriate models to use in it. And that's why I went so hard in generating all these different variations on reverbs and then measuring them all. That's what that was about. I've been going so hard over the last week generating all of those and measuring them all, specifically so that I could have a better handle on what I was trying to do when the time comes to actually go and do it. After that, it seems very likely that there could be a actual reverb with all of the controls and adjustability and stuff that people have come to expect. Oh, Jonathan, I have that answer. That is one of those ones where I have had to think it out. But now that it's like basically at the top of my head, I can just tell you. The bit crushers live in the parametric EQs. So the way that works, and which is not to say that there couldn't be ones in other places too. It's not impossible. It could be just all manner of ways of bit crushing. But the parametrics follow different rules in console H, and I've worked out how this is going to need to go. I may or may not run out of dirt. That would be quite funny if I have to go up digging dirt anyway. We shall see. Somebody could come flying in with an elytra dropping more dirt on me. Also, remember that I wanted to have multiple buildings. So I'm not going to want to have literally everything be grass or dirt. So I probably have enough dirt because I'll simply spec out some places and call those buildings and then mine up the dirt from those. But I should put dirt down here simply so the grass will grow onto it. So here's the thing, like there will be an adjustment between essentially smooth, steep parametrics, like a bass mid treble control, may or may not actually have adjustments, or maybe it'll just be preset frequencies for a sort of grab and go, here's how you adjust bass treble and mid range, go to it. And it'll be designed to work well in that. But then going beyond that, the whole section that in Console X is strictly a, I think I'm going to want to use granite to make floors and make a whole little, put a bunch of stuff in here rather than just starting with flat grass. Yeah, this is working. Yeah, I'm going to have enough dirt because what I'm going to want to do is put some buildings around places. That's most definitely what I'm going to want to do. It's just a question of what would be good. And I feel like one on this corner with glass windows up here would be good. So there can be a squarish building that comes out here, and in fact I could even have it be an interesting shape. Maybe. Not really sure. Whether to put sand down there and then change this. But yeah, the thing about the Console H as a tool for radically reshaping things is that there's going to be a whole section based on just the parametrics. And rather than it being exactly the, and remember my parametrics on my Console H control surface, those are the joysticks. So I have joystick-based parametrics. And I'm about to tell you what's so interesting about this. So there's going to be the 3-band normal EQ. You can have it set to that and you only get the normal EQ. There's a crossfader between that and the parametrics. The parametrics are always engaged, typically a, I have made myself some copper ingots as well. Hello. Oh, yep, by all means use that. Twee. And the crossfade goes between the normal EQ, which is the end result of that. So it's always going to sound basically like good high quality EQ. Got through the bamboo forest. And then the other possibility is the parametrics. If you do the crossfade, it's a knob, but the crossfade all the way over to the parametrics, you're constructing the sound out of narrower bands. This is not dissimilar to what I was doing. Let me see, where did I put this? Here it is. This is not dissimilar to what I was doing when I made the plugin ResEQ. The idea is that you're able to construct a sound out of like relatively resonant filters. They're all band passes. If you have enough band passes happening, you can mimic the original sound pretty well, except for that it sits in the mix much better because it's not taking up as much space. It is a real sonic reinvention. Let's see, how far is that? That's probably fine. What I like more is I can interfere with this one over here. Yeah, that could be the main. Yeah, that works. So then I should go this way and We'll have paths leading around. So I can dig paths using the shovel as well. I feel like maybe, oh no, I think it's probably fine. It's going to be a much larger building, this, but that's fine. To the point where I'm going to have extra dirt. And maybe I don't want that much extra dirt, so let's dial it back a little bit. And we'll pick here instead. Lovely. So the trick with using a ResiQ style approach to the parametrics, that has some significance to it. Like there are real end results out of that. One of them is if you crossfade all the way over to the people are being silly off somewhere I can't see. By all means. You can so this is where it's going to get interesting. The possibilities for reimagining sounds are going to be really off the charts. It's just going to be a little subtle. I probably will need to make a dedicated plugin first that basically just demonstrates how this works, either in a more cut down version, but the console H will be the full 4-band. I said ResiQ. If you've tried ResiQ, you know that it's just a batch of really tight, narrow resonant filters. By the same token, what's going to happen with the 4 joysticks on the control surface, which I use, is they're going to do something similar but not exactly the same as for Console X. Console X, they are SSL style. And what that means is it'll boost or cut or sweep the frequency. And then there's an additional control, and the additional control governs the Q factor, governs how wide it is. Here's the difference. With this one I'm talking about, and give me a moment while I make a bunch of granite into polished, which I believe I can do in my inventory just fine, sure enough. Here's the twist. You get perhaps you don't get a cut at all. It's just ResiQ. I think you'll get to boost more and tighter, but there's going to be some kind of gradation between fairly shallow Q factor. So it can be relatively broad boost, not too ringy, in other words, but somewhat limited. So maybe if you dial them all back, what you get is extremely gentle band passes, but they are still at full volume rather than it being a cut in any sense. If you've got these engaged, all the band passes are always there. If you start boosting, you start not only having it be louder, but also tighter, so it gets more resonant, it honks more. Side to side is still the sweep. Side to side is still dial in the frequency you're looking for. But then what was formerly the Q factor on console X, which I have as little tiny sort of trim pot like things, that's the D-res in a rather special way. So what you get is, on the one hand, you can sweep around these parametrics, but you kind of always, maybe I'll make it so that you can overlap them or do like they have a wider range, something to make it more useful for having extremely, like if you sweep the bass way down into the bass, it kind of disappears, it's only subs. But you're compelled to use 4 bands to construct a sound out of the parametric section. There's no way to like shut any, well, I speak too soon, there kind of will be, but it won't be about shutting that stuff off and only having 1 band and treating it like a wah pedal. No, it's all about using the multiple parametrics. But the little trim pot like thing, which is Q factor on console X, is the D-res, and it goes 2 separate ways from the center, all the way down to extremely aggressive 1-bit D-res. And what that means is your D-res can sweep in either direction. I wonder whether I would like to, oh, why not? Good enough, just enough of a point there. Or I could go even farther. I've got some dirt, I can mine up that sand, and we can have a little dock. I better get back over to the bed. Also, this looks funny. That is straight and this is not. Let's put some sand in there. Okay, that looks better already. In fact, I could extend the motif a little bit if I had more sand. I bet I have more sand. I can get sand. First, to go and sleep, and then see whether I've got any sand. And having done that, and the music finally kicked in, it's been taking forever. I can also keep typing XX instead of ZZ. So here's how this is going to work. That parametric section has independent D-res on each of the bands. Oh yeah, no, it's not going to, this is not, no sampler does this. No console does this. This is new. This is going to be new sounds that you could not have otherwise. Also, I am sleeping through the night. So when I say that the trim pot thing goes either side from 0, 0 is full resolution. And it goes into D-res increasingly the more you go to one side or the other. The one side is D-res down to like 1 bit, offset by exactly a half sample of whatever the sample is. That will cause that one to gate. The other one is D-res down to like 1 bit with it exactly and perfectly aligned to the sample. That will cause that one to compress. It should work. Let's see, do I have sand here? Well, I probably don't need as much of the ran it in there. Have we got more sand? Wouldn't mind getting a little more sand. See, this is why nighttime is annoying. That is the floor plan of the place that I was gonna make. Drake. So on the one hand, you are constructing sounds out of layers of parametric EQ, much like ResEQ. ResEQ lets you do that. It lets you make a sound, take that sound, and have it be... I wonder to what extent do I want to bring the sand around here. So I'm liking this, but I can see it stretching out further. Maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe it's fine. So you'd be able to dial in a sound that was basically, and I have not decided whether the deresing would be like pre-filtering or post-filtering or both. Oh yeah, there should be a pre-version. Absolutely. There would absolutely be a pre-version. And subversions with the various things experimented with. I'm pretty sure I have a 3-band Console X style parametric rather than a 4-band because I can fit it into 10 faders. And so there would be a 3-band one of these. And people can get used to using them. Where would other good places for... Trying to figure out whether to put some kind of dock or something. Like, this point is all well and good. That's fine. It's built on smooth stone. But I could also have there be a sort of dock area. Pull the boat up here. It's like right next to there, so I could just have the dock go, swim right over from the dock to that dock. You know what? That's above my pay grade for the moment. I haven't really figured that one out yet. Let's do some other things like, oh, I don't know, finish the dirt. Now I've got enough dirt to finish this area. So first I'll pick up some of this stuff. I do have an extra anvil. Oops. Thank you. Not all that much left to the layer of stone here. I am tempted to go and make myself stack upon stack of smooth stone just because I can. Just because I can use the lava and stuff and get that stuff smelting, and by the next time I go and look at it, I will have all of that. For if I wanted to build anything out of smooth stone. Who needs a silk touch pick when you have infinite free smelting? And time. That's the other part, is you need time. We'll have the grass growing, the water watering the grass that I'm planting underneath all these things. That should work just fine. It's coming along pretty good. I should go and rake up a bunch of leaves and place leaves on here. Although really what I'm going to be doing is making paths. But yeah, the thing with the... fair enough, fair enough. Appreciate the mention. May come around and actually hear that stuff. You know, another thing not to underestimate in the importance of sampling is just dig into Boards of Canada. That's very sampley. You wouldn't necessarily think of it that way, because it sounds like just all VCRs and stuff, but that's very heavily sample-based stuff. And there we are. I have completed placing all of the dirts, and there's going to be this whole area, which I have more than enough torches to illuminate. I'll figure out some nice way of doing this properly, but I enjoy just placing far too many torches. There's this sort of comforting sensation of like, yeah, nothing can spawn in this block because I've placed a torch on every block, right? It's wasteful and excessive, and I don't care because it's funny to me. Far too many torches. Use up stacks upon stacks of all the torches. Can I get through here? Kinda. Oh, you can make mazes out of this. That's interesting. Certainly a possibility. I don't think it's dark. I don't think it's nighttime yet. But it's time to place more cobble in here. And let's see. And another gravel in there. Oh, hey, Craftyman. Oh, somebody give me some blaze powder so I can make a goodly number of ender chests now if I like. Oh, and another wart, so there's the possibility for brewing stands. Oh, who needs copper? I've got some copper. Who is literally right here? I can give you copper. But not like that. Where is my most convenient indeed, future call of London. Okay, I don't have a crafting table here, but I have one down here underground. Oh, or Craftyman, are you hanging out with the person who needs a bunch of copper? Because I'm throwing a bunch of copper behind you. I don't necessarily, what I was going to do, and I can still do, is craft it into blocks and place them. Oh, no? Okay. Oh, and here's some more raw copper. Might as well smelt that while I'm after it. Oh, it's fine. Curious noises I'm getting here. And then I knew I had a crafting table there. So I have like 2 blocks, and I can smelt a few more. And now I can make 3 copper blocks. I assume there are no problems with the condition of the copper blocks. I can just place them, and if they go green, then somebody can polish them. Oh, sleep. For a moment there, it said that there were monsters nearby, and yet... Yep. Okay, so I've got some copper blocks over here. They're going to go green with age, but they are there, so if somebody wants to come over here and visit, you should be able to get copper blocks there. Horn players. Boop. We got a Smeltosaurus going on in here. And 4 more stacks. Gotta love replenishable lava for this stuff. Although I should probably set this up for reload when needed. Might need to get to a reload point, so I better have the buckets ready. Like that one. And I'm going to need space in my inventory for that, so that can be arranged. In theory, it can be arranged. In practice, maybe that's harder than I thought. I think I have a name tag already. And reloading the furnaces, which may or may not need to use these, but if they do, I'm loaded up. All right, lovely. So yeah, the deal with the parametric EQs in console H is going to be a whole interesting journey, because it won't work like anything else really works. But for all that, what you have to understand is the distinction between me stalling out for a moment, looking at this stuff, figuring out what to do with it. Oh, there's a place I can put string. And I can use up those torches. I'd be a little surprised if I didn't have gunpowder somewhere, but I do now. And nice golden pants. Not as good as the iron pants, but nice golden pants. And still trying to figure out what I'm doing. Oh, look, I've got a bundle with stuff. Oh, and it even has some lapis. Neat. A variety of things really in here. Obsidian. Bunch of relatively interesting stuff. Cool. So let's consolidate some of these things. Or not worry about it. Or put other things in here. Let's do our little resource madness with the incredibly extra bamboos. It sounds like one of my reverbs, and it sounds like a 3x3. Again, my expectations for the reverb are I should be able to do the one where you can compile your own this weekend. That's not to say that you'll be able to compile your own. I won't be able to help people very much with that. I'm not that good at it myself. But if you can get a plugin to compile, then you can get any reverb to compile. Because it will automatically calibrate itself to whatever size you're using. Or combinations of sizes, because that's part of what I was putting all that effort into. Was being able to have it do like a 3 combined with a 6 combined with a 5. That was really the hope there, and I think it came through. I could do with having another crafting table somewhere else. In fact, there's no reason I can't simply place one here. And if I do this bit by bit, I'll even be able to fit things in my inventory appropriately. I wonder if there are good bamboo farms. It's filling my need for like tinkering around doing stuff like growing trees and chopping them down. There's a satisfying quality to it. It just does make me wonder whether there's a way of automating it, like making a farm. I'm sure if you did a piston and moved the dirt underneath it, you'd get this result. And that might be something worth trying, like building a piston, then having a suitably large group of blocks, growing bamboo, and then pushing the entire group of blocks with a piston, making them all fall at once. That would be a really neat sounding, like, Yeah, I hear you about Brian Wilson. Some of those folks, like, and I'm happy enough to say, oh, I'm really old, but when I was a kid growing up and finding in the record stores just around the time when CDs started coming out. And so you would find all of the old records that people were getting rid of in a college town, the record store in a college town. And that's how I got a bunch of interesting vinyl records that I still have today. But people who were grown music makers at the time that I was growing up, I can never be that shocked if they pass away as I start getting on. It's kind of like, yeah, I can kind of see how that went in that direction. That guy must have been getting on in years quite a bit. And indeed he was. Likewise, Sly Stone. I think of those guys as so very much 60s. And I don't really tend to think of 60s as, oh no, somebody who was really active and successful in, oh, is it now? Oh, interesting. I don't think I have any swords. Looking out here, trying to figure out what the noise was I heard. The twink, twink, twink. So how are these coming along? Oh, I think we're not even going to get to the second bucket. Yeah, I don't have a sword. But I'm going to have so much bamboo. Could save some of them as blocks of bamboo just for decorative purposes. I don't know, though. I'm not sure. If I do, it's in my ender chest, and I should probably try it out just to see. Yeah, there's a pretty decent sword. Okay, let's find out. Sure enough. Yeah, I'm not surprised this works. This makes very good sense to me. And that is rather satisfying, I'll give you that. No question about it. Oh. What's up with this? What have we here? A crack in the earth? I jumped up and down and it went away. What was it doing there in the first place? I'm not sure I've seen that. I assumed it meant something. Is it a consequence of the bamboo? I do not know. That's going to remain mysterious. Looks like the kind of thing that you get in modded. Oh, wait, I wanted it. Well, I will use the remaining 5 and we'll just do the geometric thing again. Maybe I'll plant them over here. Yep. Those will amount to more in time. Does make me wonder what I can figure out as far as more buildings. Water noises, mister? When I hear that, I tend to assume it's more of those soggy zombies. Okay, so what have we here? Well, we've got extra sand. If I wanted to build that dock, this is one way I could go about doing it. And I've got a whole bunch of bamboo and other related things. And just a bit of kelp. Oh, nice. My copper pier. So if the person who wanted copper comes here, they can have some. Oh, look, there's more. I didn't realize there was more. I shall make it taller. There we are. So kind of like a step. Here. That fills that in now. Have you got anything in here? You can put fishing stuff in there. There you are. That's a nice little fishing station. Well done. For that matter, why don't I do likewise with gold-related things, or at least get ready to. Let's gather all of the metal ingots into one place. And you can't place... I also wonder to what extent is the bird making noises to freak me out. Mending fishing rod? Nice. Nice. Oh, that's you giving me it. Cool. Well, I have a fancier fishing rod. I might try to combine these in an anvil. Ingots? Ingots, anyone? I do not see any ingots. Ominous bottle, dun dun. You can drink that and get attacked by things. Let's see what's here. Nothing much. Oh, no, wait. I spoke too soon. There's iron here. And there's a bunch of these various things. Yep, that's done. I'm going to get together the thing I was talking about. Most likely. Oh, I should make bricks out of the clay balls. That seems like that would make sense. Surely that's the good thing to do. And then I can move some of these things over to a more appropriate spot. Right there, now we have a dirt section there. We can have a collection of a goodly amount of iron blocks. Look at that. That's not bad. And a also goodly but not that overwhelming amount of gold blocks. And then lastly, just a few handy little diamond blocks. And the idea is make houses and place these things in them. But one of the things I was thinking about was figuring out how to make some interesting things out of granite. Oh, and I have loads of polished granite already. But I'll transform everything into polished granite while I'm at it. Oh, except for there's only so much of that I can do, so fine. 3 left over. Now, can we make walls? Can we make half slabs? Yes. I'm disappointed if we can't make walls. That seems weird. Can we make another weird fine carved granite or something? Building blocks. We can make fancy copper things. I don't have much copper, but what I do have, that could be done. Granite, granite slab, stairs. That's probably the only thing I can use. That said, I can see ways of using that. Nothing like a whole bunch of polished granite stairs. As an essential design element. As he turns literally all of the... So maybe that's going a little hard. How about we not go quite that hard? Let's instead go this hard and then put the rest of them back. That's still plenty. Also, I feel darkness coming on. Oh, what am I doing? No, the dirt goes there, and it can go here. I've actually got plenty more of that. I'm just thinking about attending to these foundations over here. And remember, I wanted to use an anvil and try to make a composite uber cool fishing rod. Because this one has all the things except for mending. And it might just let me combine. So let's see, here's some big floor plan buildings. So if I put windows up here, oh, I think it should be pointing the other way around. Let's see how this goes. I can have interior walls looking like this. Might end up making lots more of this stuff if this works. Still going to be wanting to make doors so I can get in and out. And I'm also going to be wanting to smelt a bunch of glass because clearly this is going to need glass. And fancy that, that's all of that I had. Well, I almost got there. I'm going to have to mine out more granite, maybe. Okay, now we've got a full stack of this. And there's still a little left over. I feel like beginning the process of placing some of the resources that I wanted. However, I'm more thinking in terms of if I'm going to put windows all around here and do this up in some interesting way, how will I come in and out? Maybe it's going to be a matter of having a raised entryway and having that be made also out of these stairs. And figuring out where I want them to be. Like it could be sort of centrally located. Oops. Or it could be double doors. So in that case, that would be fine. And then, no. Oh, up there. So double doors like that, some kind of yeah, that could work. And then figuring out how to make windows. Maybe the corners don't go there. I mean, they would. That would work. I'm going to need more sand. I'm going to need more glass. And bearing in mind I have lots of this, I'm not sure how good it would look, but it might look fine. And of course I can make more vines. Vines over this red might be cool looking. I mean, not necessarily, but it seems like it could be cool looking. Why have I got kelp on me? Like, that could be a decorative look for the outside of it. And then I can place some of this stuff down. One of the things about geometrical progressions and stuff is that if you place it in 3D, it's going to go quite a ways. So that's all my iron. And then there is gold. So that's kind of what I was talking about regarding having your stuff taking up physical space in the world. It'll be really uncomfortable if it's cobble, because that will take up far too much space. Oi, that was sudden. How'd you even do that? Actually, never mind. Don't even bother telling me. I don't need to know. Toing, he went. Oh, I could make redstone blocks. Can't quite make emerald blocks, though. And there is a crying obsidian. That's another valuable-ish looking thing. There is a lodestone. I don't think you can make... Oh, that's what you did. Fair enough. Right now, this is put stuff in this room. I wonder what this does. What does this even do? I don't know. What does that block do? I can make giant spikes. Only this high though. So that's another possible decorative concept. What else was I wanting to place? I was wanting to place something. And it ain't granite. I know I wanted to make some redstone blocks, and that is completely something I can do. Oh, I got emeralds, but I don't have enough to make a block. Fine, fine. We're getting the storehouse and gradually emptying out this stuff. Oh, there's another copper ingot, but I only have one of those. I can put the chest down and have that be... Oh, I could get more gunpowder and then have TNT blocks. That would be kind of hilarious. Oh, here's some more. There's some more ingots in here. There's 6 more ingots in there. It's not enough, but it's more. Oh, don't need that. Sort of remembering how to do things. Oh, lapis. Can you... Everything is layered in this bundle. I'm not going to be able to get at that lapis until I dig through everything else. That's tiresome. But so be it, I guess. Cobbled deep slate. Obsidian. Let's not make the obsidian into blocks. It's so tiresome to manipulate. And yeah, place iron chest. Stuff that cannot be made into... Hang on, my bed's around here somewhere. Yep. Also, I can start expanding outwards that bamboo a little bit more. Get back into that zone again. I still have a lot in my inventory, but I'd like to move that smooth stone to where it belongs. I think that's a reasonable option. So let's see. Oh, I can put cherry leaves in that one chest. We can put the cherry-oriented things into one chest. Also, I want to do something with that map, but I'm not sure what yet. But I did just get out a... see, I have a name tag. I totes have a name tag. Okay, so if people have a impressive enough suggestion for the name of the parrot, I shall use it. Otherwise, it is just the parrot. Right? Let's see, where did I have... Not there. Here. Thought so. We've got more clay, so I know what I can do with that. I was going to do something with the anvil, so we might as well throw some of these things in the storehouse. No reason not to, really. Put all that copper there. And the cherry leaves and the saplings. Let's see whether I can combine these two things. I can, and it's going to eat up like all of my levels, but I don't care. Seems good. That is now quite the good fishing rod, if I do say so myself. And do I have a simple crafting table? No. But I can make one easily enough. Simple crafting table can live under that. It'll still work, but it'll be kind of stealth. Hey, I got a couple of lapis blocks. There we are. See, it's coming into a form. I'm not placing the copper blocks in here yet because they're being used, but I've got my eye on them. Oh, also let me place that this would be living quarters. So I can stash the bed in there. And I'm going to be needing a lot more sand, I think, but I see some over there. And over there, just sort of generally around and about. Storage systems are always a thing. I could gather together all of the, theoretically valuables. Oh, I had the one crying obsidian. I wanted to place that simply because it's like a fancy block. Let's give it a try. Boop. See, pretty obsidian with purple and stuff. Then the other obsidian can sit there. And what else? I was going to make brick and have that be one of the things that we're storing in here. I might as well put ink sacs there because when you're trying to make black things, that becomes valuable. And I was going to make redstone blocks. So I don't really have enough to make lots of them, but this area is the area of resources as visible things. And that definitely qualifies. And I even have a little bit left over. Here we are. So, assortment of stuff to have. This, damn if I know what a lodestone's supposed to do. I have not used those in my playthroughs. And I'm not placing obsidian because it's just such a pain in the butt to mine back out. What else have we got? Cobbled deep slate, that's not valuable. Do not care. Here's some glass. Oh, more of the clay balls. More sand, because I'm going to need lots more glass. Different colors of planks, which would end up including bamboo. Thinking in terms of building with bamboo. Nether rack can be used to make nether brick. Lots of crafting tables, apparently. Oh, a few more diamonds. Let's put those where they belong. Lanterns are cool. I should think of stuff to do with that. We shall see. So the valuables vault. Oh, I'm going to get another diamond block out of that. Which will then be placed. There. Ta-da! That's all I've got. Hey, crafty man, come and check out my wealth piles. It's a thing that I wanted to do. Oh, I could probably make another. Could I make another? I'm kind of saving that for the purpose of... Oh, and I can make some more redstone. I shall. But only after grabbing the remaining bits. Yeah, like this is everything I have, but it's nice to have it visualizable in that way. It amuses me. Like here is a little more of that. Oh. Bada boom. Oh, did you have okay. I got 5 spare emeralds, but I will certainly accept that as a donation. It's one of the things I was going to have. Cool. And 6 redstone dust, so that can go there, I guess. So yeah, I was going to gather up all of my clay balls and start making them into bricks for the purpose of making them into... There's another bundle. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Those are many more blocks of copper than I thought I had. That is an impressively large number of blocks of copper. Oh, hang on, where's this? That can live in here. I think that's going to now become an inconveniently large block stack of copper. Alrighty. That's impressive. Didn't expect it to be that impressive. But... So it turns out I have a bunch of copper, like more copper than I have iron just about. Or indeed, literally more iron than I have copper. Or vice versa, rather. Alright, I am there. Oh, and I think somebody has left their fishing post, meaning I can now liberate those pieces of copper. Because I was allowing those to be used for the purpose of somebody's fishing. And they're not done. So what I want that to be there is the question. Also, how am I going to get up onto it? Like this. Cool, that worked. And can I get safely down? Kinda. Okay, so that's a large pile of copper. I didn't even expect it to be that large of a pile of copper. And I am not nearly done with sorting out my stuff. Although we're getting on... Hang on. So I wanted to make a bunch of brick simply because I can. Simply because I've got clay and I can make brick out of clay. And I have all the smelting. Although... let's see about emptying my inventory out real good. So that I can transfer all of... Let's see, there's some more sand. I'm going to be wanting to smelt that, that's for sure. That was going to go into the other place. Yeah, we're probably doing pretty good. I will take all of that sand and smelt it. I'm getting tiny amounts of XP for all of this smelting. I got whole bunches of smooth stone now. Which is, I drifted away from the original intention here, and the original intention was, let's make a brutalist island. And it's just grass, but also concrete block. And I'm thinking that is not going to be the end result here. Oh, have we not put anything in there? I've not put anything in there. Bricks. Those. What happened? I had a whole other stack. I don't know how I put it in there. That is not, that was not my plan. I don't understand. Oh well, no matter. Let's top up the stoves. Not that it's going to need that anytime soon, but when it does, it'll be there. Also, I can get ready to like cook a bunch of food or whatever, because it will certainly be possible. Oh, I could make coal blocks. Not many of them, but I could. Also, here are dripstone blocks. Is that fancy enough? I think not. I don't think that's fancy enough to use for this. But then coal blocks really kind of aren't either. So now a lot of that is smooth stone, and then the rest of it is cobble. So that's about as much as I'm going to get out of that. You can't make flint blocks, although it would be pretty cool if you could. I think you can make quartz blocks, though. I just don't know if you want to. Oh, not like that, you can't. What if you make them like this? Oh, sure can. In fact, I have exactly the right number. And I don't know if you can put them back. Well, that would be a bit of a drag then. Maybe you can smelt it into another quartz, or I can just go to the nether and get more if I need more that badly. Boop, there's going to be glass around here soon. But for now, nautilus shells can be in the... Yeah, I don't think you can make a nautilus shell block, although that would be cool too. Rather pitifully small number of coal blocks, but then we've also got... Oh wait, no. How about I not have this lodestone be here? Technically, that's not a block, is it? Instead, so assorted other kinds of blocks. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if the lodestone does something if you power it? Let's find out. It went doing. That was definitely a special noise. What it means, however, I do not know. Yeah, you heard that, right? It goes doing. Sounds like one of my reverbs. Does it do that just on regular? Let's put it on grass. It made a different noise. Okay, this is interesting. We're making different noises depending upon where we're placed. What is the secret of the lodestone? What's going on with that? Lodestone makes funny noises. What if you put it on a... Oh, wait. See, it's a high-pitched noise. Put it on a diamond. High-pitched. Put it on this thing. Higher pitched. Put it on grass. Low pitched. If you put two of them on something, does something happen? What if you put it on iron? Higher pitch, but it didn't seem to do anything. I am just filled with curiosity. I must go and you can alter compasses to point towards it. Okay. And if I mined it without a pickaxe, I'd have lost it at any one of those points. Or you can craft it with just those stone bricks. Fine. A compass and a lodestone. Okay, so it's a particular lodestone, and you have a compass that will always point to that one. Neat. Okay. Fair. Okay, I understand this mechanic now. Seems legit. Also, it's getting time for bed. I feel like I'm going to do something different with all of this stuff because having this giant block of copper in the way is not actually pleasing me that much. Also, I've got a zombie picker over there at the gate. Well, I'm going to count that as cool enough to be its special little block. So we'll put it on there. I don't know why it makes a different noise for everything you put it on, but I don't care. It's fine. This is apparently my... Oh yeah, no, that's what I was reading about. Not that I have a compass. Although I know where I can get them. I see people that are using those. So let's see. Oh, I was going to cook some of the beef. Oh, sudden onset of music. Nice, nice. Because this has still got heat in it. We got some glass. This is in the process of going. I ought to be able to move that ender chest to a more appropriate location. Oh wait, I've got the wrong recipe. I'm sure it's this recipe, and indeed it is. It's not that greedy for bricks. You can still make goodly numbers of bricks. I don't know, you can make shulker. Okay, so if I have these... Oh, and somebody's giving me all the pork chops in the world. Fair, fair. I should get some soul sand so that I can grow nether wart as a farm. I'm sure I could do that. So let's see. Shulker shell. What kinds of things might I perhaps be able to make with the shulker shell? Digging the candles though. That could be cool. What on earth was going on with that? Was like a zombie dying out there or something. Alright, I thought I had more in there. And sure enough. Oh, can you cook shulker shells into something? Signs point to no. Well, it was worth a try. There, have a small collection of bricks. I can oh, well, at least I can make another one of those now. I know what went wrong there. You need to make a new Eye of Ender each time. Which means I should probably think of a place I would want this chest to be. Presumably over here somewhere. And I gotta do something about that copper is not making it for me. I could ceremonially put the ender chest over here. I mean, I've got enough resources to make it over again if I want, so there's that. Boop. There we are. I am going to look up things again. Shulker, no, shulker. Boom. All they do is make shulker boxes. Cool, cool. Chest and a couple of the shells. Boom. So I can make lots of them now if I want. Nice. That will do. Still working out how my decorations are going to go. And how I'm going to... Like, this is clearly the hall of piling stuff up inside. And that's fine. It would literally all fit inside my inventory. So this is currently just for swank. But I'm also thinking in terms of what other stuff can I do. You can't make charcoal into a coal block, can you? I guess we're going to find out. I wouldn't be surprised if this worked. And indeed, it seems not to. Yeah, it's only good for making torches. And I have lots of it, clearly. As far as making album covers and things, what I've been doing is learning a little bit from the state of affairs these days, how things work these days. So I know better than to try to make an AI-generated album cover. And I've done that sometimes. But there's no reason anybody should like that at this stage, because it is a sign of laziness and exploiting way too many resources to do something that is not particularly good. So one would want to skip that, given the opportunity. I should make a bunch of golden carrots or something silly like that. But I have a bunch of old photographs. So I'm thinking in terms of maybe I will dig through these photographs and be able to use those as imagery for album covers. And they can be pretty darn arbitrary, honestly, just as photos. And it's still fine. Like, you can make something out of that which will be readily accepted as we've got a little more leather quartz. I could make another block, but I'm still kind of interested in making redstone type things out of it. So let's put this here and not make a block out of this one. Because you see, I made quartz out of this. I do not know how one puts that back into nether crystals again. But that may just be a question for another day. So there were some ender eyes. That's apparently a thing. The making down tempo and then slowing it down further. That is indeed apparently a thing. It is raining. It is thundering. Time to beat feet for bedtime. I was going to work on that thing, but now I poke my head back out and see if we have mobs around. No, apparently not. So I do not have the sword on me. But what I'm going to do now is a very different thing. Namely, I'm going to make a ginormous large block of this stuff. Although not on this. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Then when all of these grow, that's when I'll take the sword to them. because I'll just stand in one place and swirl around and boom. And that'll be a very noisy bamboo harvesting moment. Yep. Give me that back. There we go. So that'll be a noisy bamboo harvesting moment. Maybe I should plant fields out here too. We can grow some wheat or whatever. I do have a bunch of diorite, so I can build something more based on that. So now this is all of my granite, and I'm making a sort of foundation out of all of these. So we'll see how far this gets me. Do at least have resources to make some more. Same basic style. And enough left over to make the corners and perhaps even the stoop. Go. And then I can make paths going in and out of each of these. Well, hello there, Wangeline. You must be watching the stream, or at least had been watching the stream at some point, because you noticed how to get here. And then let's see if I can do this final area. This could be a fishing cottage. That might work. That could be a thing. I think I'm going to have to run off and make a few more of the stairs, though. Ooh, hang on, I have bricks. Why don't I make these stairs out of the steps, the stoop out of bricks? That's perfect. See, I knew I was doing that for a reason. Hello. Lovely, that seems like enough. Perfect. How did I miss that? That's exactly the right thing. What could be better than that? And the answer is pretty much just a fireplace, and I can make one of those too. It can match my real house, which does not have a brick fireplace, so never mind. But will be in lieu of a wood stove. You can have the brick stoop. Matthew in chat, when I release this weekend's plugin, it will become worth your while, even if you can't really program. If you can compile it somehow, then you'll be able to do something useful with it. Because it's going to be the one where if you can compile it, it will make a reverb for you. And then if you can compile it again with information from the program that I use, or simply typing in numbers and changing the numbers that are already there, you'll get a new reverb with a new algorithm inside. I'm just saying, it could be pretty cool. So let's see. I've got enough bricks for a stoop on the side over here. Maybe that'll be good. I'm trying to figure out where I want paths to go, because I will have paths out here. I have the path towards the seaside, and then place the stoop like this. Oh, that didn't work, did it? Huh. Didn't expect that. What else can you do? Okay, okay, now it worked. I don't know why it did the thing previously, but that's closer to what I had in mind. And then when I spoke of paths, what I mean is like this. But you can't do that one because there is a bamboo on it. So seaside path. That goes excessively close to the beach, or indeed goes right onto the beach, which would look like this. Don't wear the shovel that way though, but that's what it's for, so whatever. I'll finish that up later. Oh, I've gone right by where I would sleep. Getting there. Running. Oh. Got there. Looks like just me and Crafty Man. Wangeline, are you a cooperative person, or are you here to mess with us? You certainly got 3 Chivos in a quick succession. Not that I have a problem with that. You go ahead and get all the Chivos you want. I do not know how to turn on 50% sleep. And the area that I am in is all lit up with far too many torches, so there's that. I guess we're not going to get to sleep because Mr. Dude is here. So my apologies for that. Or possibly Wangeline is not able to sleep. There's the possibility of that. I don't know which way it goes. Too early to say, I would say. So what can I do? I have any? I've got a few torches on me. Need to have a little of that kicking around. If this is how we play in now. Good luck with that one, brother. Got a pretty respectable bow, so there's that. Oh, that's what I wanted, torches. I bet you can't come out of the water, sir. Okay, this ought to straighten this area out pretty good. I see dark spots here and there, but I have not really been playing in this mode enough to even ever see them before, but now I see them. And Project Massive Overlighting is underway. Yeah, I mean, Wangeline, I must assume that you're listening to the podcast, otherwise how would you have found this? You must have read the instructions. If you don't want to be Monster Hunter, you could sleep with the rest of us, but we'll do whatever we need to do in order to be down with whatever is going on. Only thing that's really being restricted is I can not do as much in terms of making glass. There. Oh, look, even more torches. That was my last torch, and now there's this many more. Let me see if I can expand that map. bet I need more paper than this, though. Yeah, I need to surround it with more paper, I think. Doable, but perhaps not at the moment. And Parrot, you're a jerk. That was a creeper noise and you know it. You did that on purpose. Silly Parrot. So as long as we're doing this staying up the whole night thing, how am I doing on things like glass? You did it again. Parrot. I'm gonna barbecue you if you keep that shit up. Ah, crazy. Gotta love him. Crazy Parrot trolling you on purpose. Like they do. I'll barbecue him with the flint and steel, I tell ya. Okay, so there's more glass. I don't know how much I'm gonna need. I've only got so much polished granite. But that is 4 stacks. We're not doing anything more with the brick stairs. And oh, dawn is coming. Nice. Well, I know I don't actually have a creeper nearby because I have everything so wildly overlit. Tweet to you too, Parrot. So I think the question now becomes, how do I start making buildings? And one of the things that I can do is start putting in pillars rather than just only these. That said, I could put windows in there, and maybe that would be good. Let's find out. So I could do with more in the way of like, don't I have tons of crafting tables? Surely I have millions of crafting tables. Yep, here's 3 of them right there. So same concept as before. The fancy chest gets a crafting table hiding under it to be posh. And I want to find out what I can, oh my god, I got lots out of that. What I can do with this. Having already mined this back out again. Yeah, so I can make corner glass like this. That can be kind of cool. Although you don't actually see the corner in that way. It is a seamless corner. But it's a pretty clean looking seamless corner, so there's that. So I wouldn't necessarily want to do that. Like, this doesn't have to be like a four-way symmetrical place. I'm feeling like maybe not that. But I do like having some of those in there. So perhaps a little redesign here and there. And I feel like since I have so much of the... Oh, hang on, you. That's not where you were supposed to go. I have so much of the polished granite, and the base is already made out of granite. I can have some stone pillars to hold stuff up. And I think that looks basically nice. That's actually how tall I made everything else, so we can kind of either continue it or have the corner window motif happen again. I'm going to try not corner window motif this time. And then my thoughts are other things can be built out of bamboo. Perhaps. Now, what would be a good place for a corner window here? Perhaps there wouldn't be one. I think those are just fish noises. That was nothing but fish noises. Although perhaps coming around this way, you can see into it because there's another big corner window. Possibility. Corner windows pointing this way. But would there be no corner windows pointing only out onto the sea? Maybe this one simply doesn't have as many corner windows because it's much more of a storage place. And those are more for fanciness. You crazy bird. I suppose it's possible it's only trying to warn me. Also, what happens if I start placing pillars here? Because my pillar motif, that's all about supporting the structure. So I can make changes on the basis of that. And fill in the middle using the windows. and perhaps even make it symmetrical so that there's another block going the opposite direction. And that could be cool. This is tall enough that you can get in and out. Which again would imply that these are all 3 high at least or more. Or not even 3 high, but instead it all leads up to having a roof. So perhaps none of this is, oops, I confused myself. I got distracted by random door opening. Yeah, so I could be putting loads of windows in here. I cannot make anything. It has to be all windows or like, well, hang on a moment. I could simply make walls out of doors and that would sit in the middle. Don't mind me, all thinking about stuff. Iron swar. Is that mine? Did I do that at some point? Did I call a sword iron swar? Seems like a silly thing to call it, but there you go. Random dead fish. Okay. I should pick it up, it'll start to smell. Alrighty, and same motif here. You are startling me with the horn. You are forgiven. This time. And then lastly, I have this little building out here, which will be along the same lines. And then it's a matter of like a bamboo style roof that maybe is only half slabs or something interesting like that. Drive-by horning. By the way, I hope, what's your name? Yeah, Wangeline, I hope you're doing good. I don't even know if you're hearing anything I'm saying, but regardless, hope you're doing good. Oh, I see what I can do with this. This can be like a window affair. But let me hustle over so that I can sleep. I'll duck down in here. Oh, wait. Okay, so probably worth mentioning. Hang on. Oh, okay, so I will probably repeat that. But yep. All right, so come on back. I will repeat that because Wankeline won't have seen it because Wankeline left before getting the remark. It's the kind of, I would like to say it for the purposes of being heard and understood that we would in fact adapt. Yeah, first night that's what we did. We just adapted. Let's make this cooler. But first, finish the fishing place. Oh man, look at this. Somebody's building something over here. Cool. It will be within sight of my base. Of which I am constructing these things with an eye to basic plausibility without being super worried about it. It's like a little fishing island. That is precariously balanced on these things. Another. Yep, that would be the drive-by Horner. I think I can even use appropriately positioned. Yeah, I know what I can do. I have an idea. Very much the Rarity style idea. So those are all 3 high, but the one over there behind the bamboo is 2 high. We got lots of this, so I need to drop off some of my other stuff. I have some sugar cane. Okay, let's deal with that map situation. Maybe the map can live in this building. There, that'll give me more sugarcane pretty soon. Oh hey, what happened over there? Are you guys streaming? If it was that cool, I hope I see it someday. Oh, Le Epic Iron Pick. Okay. Fair. Okay, so this might end up requiring lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of glass, but I'm near an ocean, so technically I can get it. And I'm going to have some problems as far as placing. Okay, fair enough. Placing this stuff appropriately, but that's fine. Go ahead, make the creeper noise again, I dare you. Oh, nice, there you go. And you know I'm not fooling, it's just funny. Old Airwindows heads know about the U-Law joke. No, you do stuff, but then you surround it with U-Law, and then it goes crazy anyhow, which is, of course, the joke. So, don't need these more. I've still got a good amount of glass panes. got some really banging music going on at the moment. It's really outdoing itself. Oh, and I got a mending book somehow. Neat. I'll stack up this fish with the other fish. Boy, do we have a lot of cod and salmon. Also, I probably should plant vines on things. But for now, I'll put them back in here. And put this stuff back. And put that stuff back. Don't need a ward out iron. Oh no, hang on a moment. I don't think I have enough XP to repair that, nor do I need to. It's not nearly time to repair it yet. And the diamond shovel is very simple. There's no way to repair that without using more than it is. Ooh, interesting. I'm not even sure what that Chivo is. But it sounds cool. Oh, right on, right on. Some of my crew in real life are trans men. And by some of my crew, I mean a non-one amount, which I kind of dig. Gotta love having a large collection of them. And what, can I not place the... I beg your pardon. I am offended. How is that not working? What an irritating thing. Do I really need to go and make an entirely other set of... Yeah, it doesn't want to place the double doors there. Oh, hey. Hey. That is a funny skin. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Is it like, what's his face? Don't know. I'm trying now to think of the name of what that guy is. I should remember. I don't... Oh, we got pairs of people here? Or is... Oh, Popbot, you... Okay, interesting. Liking the styles? They're matching face guys. Fancy that. Are we drifting into another form of gameplay here? That what's going on? Dropping eggs can mean a variety of things. Those do sound like chicken eggs, though. So I have a rough idea of where I want this to go. I'm just confused. Oh, I'm fishing off of the end of the thing. Dang it. Well, actually, come to think of it, that could be their actual faces. I'm trying to think of the Nick somebody. It's the meme guy who goes, the bees, the bees. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy. Luca's face? Okay. What's these brushes? Oh, leaf litter. Oh, I can probably use that for something. Nicolas Cage. That's it. That's what I was wondering about. Oh, and Luca is also styling with the... Yeah, by the way, it is nighttime, so... Boop. That's what I was trying to remember. Nicolas Cage. I thought maybe that was the meme face. I'm going to suggest sleepy time. Okay. It's good. Night is past. I really need to make some kind of roof on this guy, but I probably also want it to have glass in there too. And I'm going to need to get more sand to make more glass if I'm not mistaken. Oh hey, there's an Emily.gg joining. You know, this is only going to go for another hour and a half or so, but the server will stay up. John Ridham. Not off the top of my head, no. Which is probably an oversight. It's probably wrong of me to not know that. How am I going to do the rest of this? You know, something you can do with bamboo is make scaffolding. I should be doing that. Why am I not doing scaffolding? Do I maybe not have the right materials for it? Oh, hello. That was eggs, all right, being thrown, because that is a chicken. I was thinking about making chicken-related things. Let me see. Scaffolding, that would be a nope. I bet I can look it up, though. That is a thing that I bet I could look up. Oh, the noises. Ermagerd. So I know you need bamboo. Okay, so you need string. Well, I've only got a little bit of string. But somebody was asking about farms earlier. You know, coming up with a string farm might not be the worst idea in the world. But I do have 4 strings, so that will be a start. As long as I don't need to make my bow or my fishing rod again anytime soon. And it'll probably give me plenty. Oh yeah. It's given me a total of 24, and that will be enough to start. And I'll make an even more terrifying bamboo jungle over here. Which, once things settle down from being social center of everything, I will mow them all down later. Oh god, I have 35 bamboo on me? Seriously? Nobody needs that many bamboo. But then nobody is going to have nearly as many bamboo building blocks as I'll have, so there's that. Alrighty. Hey, well, I'm happy to hear that, Wangeline. I mean, it's just me doing what I do. That was fairly quick. So this is me trying to figure out how to go about doing this. So I'm thinking inwardly facing stairs of bamboo the same as this. And then on the inside of these blocks, half slab roof. So it'll be kind of flattish, but not entirely. And this is certainly one way of going about doing it. That was nice and quick. And then I do have all those half slabs on me, so I can kind of begin. If I do that, and then I place those and do that, and then the question is, they're so satisfying to chop back off too, so it seems good. Those will get replaced. And that is going to be basically just everything across the top. And I don't even need the scaffolding for that part. As long as I have enough of these, I can go over the entire top area. And now what I'm wondering is, can I do the rest of it the way I had imagined? Move some of these stump tools out of the way. Also, I'm frustrated that I don't get to use the doors the way I wanted, but I'll probably be able to come up with a solution for that too. And then glass on the inside. And I think that has a certain something to it. And let's see. And since it's all made out of bamboo, it's incredibly recyclable. Ooh, although, see, this is why this don't work, but I might be able to get around it. Maybe we'll just have more to make it be the correct height rather than the 3 height. My doors don't go up 3 high. So what would that mean? Well, one thing it could mean is I could have a space. Now the doors are the correct height. My trouble is I need more clay and more bricks. Yep, I'm in there. Because it turns out I cannot place a door on a stair. And that is annoying. Although, you know what I could do? This could be done a little bit more elegantly. Let's grab some of the relevant bits. See, I've got some bricks, but then also polished granite and stuff. So the idea is make this reproducible. And it looks like I'll be able to make it of brick here. But then the inside part should not be brick. It should be... Oh. Slow down there, Sparky. You know, it's funny. Wouldn't it be the funniest thing if it ended up being like, oh, Chris, it's amazing, but you're actually a Minecraft YouTuber now because people enjoy the tone of your voice so much. That would be so terribly funny. Oh, and let's see whether we can make this work. Okay, that totally works. But I could probably also have it in the inner side. What would that look like? It would look like this. Okay, fine, fine. Although the top of this looks a little bit weird, but part of that is because that's a temporary block. And we've got a ventilation hole in there, but that could straight up just be solid blocks. But from the outdoor, that still also looks weird. So maybe not that enthusiastic about that part, but I'm liking how this would work with the glass. So maybe the thing to do is simply I don't know, man. I could put like a window in there or something. Or more stair blocks. I'm warming to the idea of a window because it would fit. I'm just not carrying them right now. Here they are. I mean, or solid glass block, that would be very dense there. But if it wasn't solid glass block, it would look kind of like this. That's not too shabby. It seems nice. Then, oops. Well, I'll try not to waste too many of those, but whatever. I'm doing my best. And then glass panes in there as large as they need to be. That's cool. Side hustle for like chill Minecrafting for people. I mean, it's sincerely meant enough. I talk the way I talk because that's the way I talk. It's not put on, it's just me being me. Which is probably what makes that a good thing. Ooh, and also I can trim the top of this once I've finished making it. So clearly the next thing to do is finish making that roof, because I've got enough of these to be able to do it. And I can do it from outside so that I can come back down again. Oops. There we are. And I think I have enough planks too. If I don't, I'll simply go and make more. So I'm thinking this outside edge is going to come down from being the half slab, but I'll tell you, if it doesn't come down from being the half slab, it'll be spawn proof. Who needs creepers spawning on your roof? They're just asking to drop down and go boogity boogity boo. Nobody likes that, except other creepers. I like all the bamboo noises. It's really a good kind of wood. Like even in real life, I like bamboo as a material. It's a cool material that grows so fast and it's so sustainable. Just all kinds of good things. Almost to the point where I would have a chapman stick made of bamboo, because they got really into trying to build instruments out of bamboo. However, I did not go for that. Back when I had more in the way of actual money, I got a chapman stick to be exactly the same kind that Tony Levin had, except for it wasn't quite perfectly the same kind because a couple of details weren't possible to make exactly the same. But that was kind of my dream. I was like, no, that's the kind I want. What I need to do, having gone to the extent of getting that, I now need to make it more playable. So what I need from that, and I do have a crafting table in here, is, don't mind me, busy doing this. So what I need from that is another set of strings in order to make the variation of Chapman stick that is the stick with bass strings and bass guitar tuning. Because if I do that and put in the effort of like setting it up properly and stuff, I could probably play it. I can't wrap my head around normal stick. I am fortunate to even be able to try. Not everybody gets that opportunity. And it's not like I bought the thing used or whatever. I went to some brief time after, like, I guess Emmett Chapman, I think it was, died. And so I had to be fairly patient for them to get it together and be making instruments again. And I got the instrument I was looking for. The trouble is, I do struggle so much to wrap my head around the tuning. I've never done unusual tunings on stringed instruments. I've always been like guitars or basses. I know how they are tuned because I tuned them the same way each time. And there are plenty of other people, like for instance, an excellent example is Joni Mitchell was always, and presumably still is, known for weird tunings. I think that is a name where, as the people of the 60s get older and older, that is an instance where I would be shook and sad when she passes away, seeing as she's got to be like 80 or 90 or something by now. Assuming that she is still around, I am in favor of that. And I'll be shook when we do lose her. But she is noted for being able to do all these wild tunings. And I just am never able to wrap my head around that stuff. Here we are trying to get that. There we go. We're going to see how many people. There we go. Got there. See how many people we can get to sleep. Man, those are convenient. I am in favor of that stuff. Boy. Oops. Not you. That is a great convenience, these scaffoldings. Quite something. So this is a good design, but do I really want windows this big all over everything? Or indeed, am I that much in favor of this corner window? I'm really kind of questioning that because I'm not sure I'm that in favor of the corner window. This design. Oh, Wangeline, you're the second person to suggest it. Can you tell me the instruction? Although, I'll have to do a little fussing with it. Can you tell me in the instruction, but I can't do it from here because nobody is up. But I can do it from the actual server. So if somebody said 50% sleeping, that seems legit. Player sleeping persistence. They are saying when everybody gets offline, well, but I should be able to do that from the actual server. I guess time to see if it works. Here we are. And click on here. Should be able to do logs. And that is where I can enter commands. So let me see where I can do that again. There are no ops. And thanks for the horn announcing player percentage. Okay, as long as I'm talking to folks and I am seeing chats in log, chat is coming through as log, do you have a preference for player sleeping percentage? And is it non-zero? Because I can go along with whatever folks like. After all, I'm not going to be here most of the time. Other people will. If I do it, it will probably stick. Percentage value. When I go line personally like, 1% NA, I will do 0. If anybody sleeps, the night gets passed. Good, we'll do it. I am game. I am willing to do that. Actually, I don't think I need the slash in here. Seem to remember. Or maybe I did need the slash after all. One, huh? Okay, so 0 doesn't necessarily work. Seems legit. Okay, that didn't work either. I'm not sure I'm actually typing rules in. I'm not seeing anything updating, that's for sure. I'm typing stuff in and a prompt next to, oh no, wait. Okay. It just didn't catch me the first time. It did not do, oh no, it did do 0 and then it also did 1 and it accepted any way I chose to do it. Looks good. We got there. Back to building my little house. And deciding whether I want the windows to be limited in this way. Looks like we have 1%, which is effectively the same as 0, honestly. Okay, so one thing I'm getting is building this way, sections of the wall are constructed out of rock, so I can simply continue that if I want it. Like that should look basically fine. It's my pillars, and it can also be wall area. And I've got 4 of them left. No, I can get more. If necessary, I can go mine for more, but I think I have more. Or I can make a funny look out of making stairs. Oh no, I have lots more. So yeah, it's a combination of brickwork, and I have decided I do want to not use the bay window there. Well, maybe I do. Like if I restrict it in this way, maybe that'll actually end up looking nice. Boing. Also, I need to eat some foods because not only am I getting hungry-ish in... Oh, I'll tell you another thing. We've already got up to the point where I need to break and start my tacos. It is 4. So we're kind of getting close to that time. But not before placing the right blocks in the right places. So there we are. So maybe the bay window is fine. If not, I'm going to want to move those pillars. And we're going to stand here on the ender chest while I go and defrost some foods, and I'll be right back. So this is coming along. Some of these are going to be temporary places, but some of them are not. People all like rowing around and stuff. So would this be exactly halfway, I wonder? Yeah, I think so. Hello. And then a 3x3. Oop, somebody run into the wall by mistake. Thwack. Could have whole bunches of narrow windows in here, I suppose. Oh, I see what's happening. You should be careful not to fly straight into me. I'm going to make it harder by making these windows narrower. Crunch. That noise, I think, was the auto-clicking machinery. It might be the one with the auto-clicking machinery. Oh, you know what? I could get frisky with this as well. I could put windows in there. I'm making these narrower and narrower. There's another 3x3. At this point, I'm definitely going for the narrow windows just to mess with this plan of flying through all of my places. And away we go again. It's a flyby. You're going to go into the windows like a bird when they finally come in. And you're going to have to get better and better at it as you go, because all of these windows have this decorative element on them. So have fun. Twang! I gotta admit, that's kind of cool. That seems kind of fun. It certainly requires a little bit of deftness and dexterity, though. So do I like the bay window, or am I not enthusiastic about this? The thing I like about it is that I can see literally all the landmass from this point. Ooh. Yeah, fly carefully. While I still have empty spaces here to use that with. Okay, so This one gets completed like this, and then more glass. And that looks nice enough. Yeah, I'll go with the bay window. Maybe I'll want to move the ender chest. Although it's a thing to use, so you could see I could do worse than have that be there. Or maybe I'll have a half slab raised area so that you can just see out this area easier. It'll blend in with the walls. That's kind of neat. Also, half slabby areas, non-spawnable. Yeah, this is only going to get harder. Spaces are only getting closer and closer. Okay, so we have all the different sizes of windows, I guess. That's just how that's going to be. I think that is absolutely fine. Although the outside area, let's see. Nailed it. Got there. So the thing I was talking about was the capacity of doing... Oh no, that doesn't work at all, does it? It doesn't fill in the area at all. Well, never mind then. And the outside edges are going to look nicer once I have made that little slight chalet quality of stopping it from looking just like a big block. That's going to be doable. Okay, center windows going in for those of us who attempt to fly through them. That ain't me. Break another pane in the process. Okay, big front bay windows going in. This is ridiculous, but in a kind of charming way. At least for now, it's still charming. It's all good. I ducked. Sir, or ma'am, or whatever. I ducked. Serves you right. Okay, needing more glass panes. Right. Some more glass blocks. I'd like to do all the buildings a little bit different, but with the same basic sort of concept going on, and that seems doable. Although for now, I'm going to run in here and pass the night before anybody flies through my head. Beep. All right, how many more glass? I'm doing everything not with the full-on glass pane, so I might as well make as many of them as possible into panes because those are all I'm using. And that covered the entire range, didn't it? Up here's where I was in the middle of doing. There. And then I'm going to work from this end to the other end. So your time of being able to fly through here is going to be somewhat limited. But for a brief, glorious moment, it will still be possible. Again, going from the one side to the other side. 2 windows remain. One window remains. And time's up. 0 windows remain. Oh, that's not going to end well for you. Up, got there. Ceased flying at just the right moment and sounded the horn. Okay, 10 out of 10 for style. Even if I don't like the horn, that was still cool. The house is nearly complete. Well, not complete, there's nothing going on in here, but also I haven't done the outside yet. But that can be fairly easily done. Just go around the edge like this. I could make it arch even higher than that. I'm not sure if I want it to be a full-on semi-pyramidal thing, or even a peaked roof. But I do know that I wanted this. Oh, but I can't have it there, can I? Although I can walk across that. But I can't have it there. So these go there. Because it has to. And now I figure out whether I want another level, sort of as shade. Because if I do that, we can do this with it. Oh, I can do a sort of funky pagoda thing. See, that's kind of cool. But also, funky pagoda thing. Oh, and look, I've got this stuff ready. So I could make that point up even higher. I'm not sure if I needed to go as... Like that could definitely poke up even higher than that. Beds? Seriously? Oh, come on now. Do I need to make the holes so you can fly through them in order for you to permit me to have a base? Come on now. So that's reasonably neat, I guess. Oh, swimming in the water, drowning in the sea. What's going on with this here? Huron. Somebody's sounding the horn somewhere where I am not. Suits me. And yeah, that's the thing, is the points of that roof could go up. But this is also non-spawnable. Which is not to say that all of it is non-spawnable, so there's that. But I think it would be better with even pointier corners. I'm not going to lie. May be silly, but it's asking for that. Yep. And then this is also the way I would be able to make the center part of this room stretch up and up, but I'm not necessarily going to do it. Hey, Sloptron, dropping by at the last minute. And I can point out too, but I'm not necessarily going to do that. But I am interested in seeing whether I can... Yep, sure enough. Pointy roof designs. Give me that. Oh, a little bit more copper over there too. Okay. So that's kind of funky. Closer in, it has a more extreme effect to it. It is properly enclosed against people flying straight through it or whatever. Okay, can you break this with an iron pick? You can, and since it's Silk Touch, I get to replace it. It's going to be interior decorating time. But I'm going to pass the night first. Ooh, the dawn set like thunder over there. That was cool. And the dawn rises through my doors over here, and that's cool too. I think I want to bust out the lanterns and light this place up a little bit, even if a lot of it is not spawnable area. I just have to find them. I think I stuck them in the chest over in here. No, I haven't stuck them there yet. I know I've got them around somewhere. Lanterns, hello. There they are. Chicken, you're going into a box with others of your kind. There's going to be a chicken bomb. It's always kind of fun building those. I should go and get glowstone or something. Also, hang on a moment. Even before I get these, can't you make like chains to hang them from? Well, I guess not. I don't know, this honestly doesn't ever show me anything useful. So it's a bit of a bummer having it there. I'm getting rained on. I need to go into my house. And I should bring the parrot in. I'll bring you in soon. There we are. So I was looking for lantern hanging chains. Probably my best bet is simply to do the usual thing and look it up. How do you make that? Metallic decoration blocks. You can mine them. They can generate. I don't think you can craft them. Renewable. Okay, how's that work? Use as, presumably as a crafting ingredient. Nope, nope. Iron nuggets, and you got there. Cool. Well, I think maybe I'm going to want to make a chain or two. So that I can hang things in a more interesting way. Speaking of in a more interesting way, fishing off of my row. Okay, fair. All right. See you later, Pink Sounds. So if I hung a lantern, it comes from right there. But then if I dangle it from a chain, I can hang it from lower. So I'm liking the look of this. Only thing I have to do is put down a crafting table that I've just picked up, because I will be needing that. And I'm doing my designing from scratch. Ooh, I could use doors and make the interiors be like interior walls. That would be kind of cool. Or have the interiors be like literal chains. Boop. Okay, that gave me 4 chains. That's not terribly impressive. but I do have iron blocks, so it's fine. Okay, that's bump your head level. That is too low. But that seems awesome enough that we will echo it. Am I placing that right? Yeah, it seems good. Want more chains for lanterns? Well, I can make more. This is very chill, and maybe what I need to do is build a bamboo spiral staircase up onto the roof from which one can fish. A stair on the beams with lantern under. I could. No question about that. I could. Put a couple of these guys in dead center, at which point I do not need floor torches any longer. Also, you can put lanterns on. Oh no, yeah, you could put them on the beams. I can make a kind of light fixture from lots of lanterns. Just a big pile of lanterns up here. For now, though, I think it's being fine. Also, you say stairs, so you can... Oh no, that's off the ceiling. I am frustrated at my not enough. Also, that doesn't match, does it? It's fine, though. It's all different every step of the way. This could be a way of getting up. I've got the spacing just right for there to be a too wide staircase of some kind. And you know what that means? You could make a too wide staircase of some kind. So that looks a bit crude, but it does actually work. Although that there, not great. Need to do a little bit of work on that. But then I can put a roof on there. And we can certainly put that there. Finishing the descenders of the staircase. This is just the quickest way of making it work. And up we go. And then it's getting some bamboo fence posts or something to make it actually look like a thing. There we go. Now it's daytime. And how do I go about making fence posts? Bamboo fence or fence gates? Okay. Steak. And I would need more sticks than that, but I did at least get a few. So there's one way that you can make sticks. You make sticks this way. And then you get more of those bamboo fences. And now we can start trying to make it look like a something. Okay, so a little funny looking, but you know, I could probably do the half slabs that way and it would still work. Let's see if that's true. Might not be. Oh, no way. Oh, I'm loving it. Bamboo fences are hollow. That is awesome. Hey, it's working. We can't actually just go with the bamboo fences though, because if you were just walking on those, you could fall down between there and be stuck. So that's no bueno, but this is coming together. It's maybe a little wider than it needs to be. But I think that's very nice. And maybe we can even use more of the bamboo fences. So if you run up the stairs, which are clearly actually there rather than some imaginary thing floating in the air, it is clear structure. Which I could extend further. I'm just not sure I need to. Or we could build it into shelves or something. See? It is a table. Or some similar device. Well, now hang on. If I didn't have this, then that wouldn't connect. But then if we had that there, then it kind of looks structural, but then there's a little more space visually. Okay, so that looks kind of cool. Although I'll grant it does look a little bit funky, but maybe I can extend it further in exactly the same way during my last 15 minutes of stream. Watch how I come back and somebody's burnt it down. Well, you know what? That would just be an excuse to go and make another one. So no worries. Okay, if we do this, they're magically floating in the air, balanced on the edges of that. But on the other hand, they have more space inside. And it looks kind of neat going up. And it looks kind of neat from the side. Let's see what happens if I continue the... Continue the theme. Okay, so these really don't connect, but they're visually interesting, and surely that's all that matters. Oh, or if I had half blocks there, or if I wanted to be really silly, I can just hang lanterns off it. Blink. Just lots of lanterns underneath the stairs for no reason. You hit lanterns or do you bump against them? You bump against them. So I was kind of warming to the idea of some kind of structure, but also thinking in terms of things that, like I wanted maybe a table or something. But then if I make the structure in funny ways, it looks like it could be an actual thing. Or it'll just be weird. Not entirely sure. I can seal off all of the bamboo pieces. Oh, I can make it a bird cage and put the bird in there. The tempting thought. Or even more fence gates, or rather fences. At which point it takes on a structural look. And then, I don't know, build something in here? Chest or something? I'm tempted with the idea of being able to walk under. So if you do that, you're fine. If a chest lives there, it'll open up into the fence gate because that's a transparent enough looking thing. So you can walk under that. I should make them out of wooden pressure plates or something hilarious like that. I do like this part. Our wooden structure there looks like it's to do something. And that's taking up the only area that is too wide, so I like that part. Failing to do that would... Oh God, so clearly now I have to make a lot of these along each of these. Yeah, surely. Well, you know what we're doing. I'm going to need to get a lot more bamboo. Boom. As we go hard, using all of the bamboo available for this, which is not actually true. There's more bamboo than this. And then I do have stairs. What does it look like if it's stairs? Not completely in love with that, but I could have the stairs go the other way. In theory, you could do this. There, that's what we were talking about with hanging the lanterns off of it, except for now it is a decorative feature. And let's see, do I have a chest or just the ender chest? Doesn't matter, I could use either or both. I'm just thinking about how I would want to place what happens if we go here. And then there could be another chest on the other side, and that would be fine. Or, indeed, well, no, I kind of like it going floor to ceiling like that, though. I kind of like that. Also, I have like no planks left. But I've got these. And then the other question is floor-based. Does it go down to the floor like this, or does it have something going on the floor? We're in like the last few minutes of stream. I do feel enthusiastic about actually eating dinner at an appropriate time. So there is that. Okay, you know what that is? That's a table surface. You put your coffee cup down here or stand on it, whichever you prefer. That is 100% absolutely a thing. In fact, we can have them all along here too. Okay, let's have those bamboo fences back. Oh, and space for one here. And we need this. Alrighty, now they're kind of all matched up. Ooh, well, they don't have to be. We can go another level. Tables, you say? Oops. probably as many of those as I really need. That could fully be a table. Or indeed it can extend outwards like this. Looks like I have a wall style. Don't like the way it's enclosing that though. But, and I do have, these have slabs. So if we were to just get silly with this, we've now got an interior wall partition of a peculiar sort. What's not to like about that? In fact, I can extend this over to here. Watch how I end up playing more Minecraft now that I'm doing a fun thing with it. That, or I don't show up again for another 6 months because I'm too busy making reverbs. So you can go in here and you're kind of, it's, okay, now it's like a Japanese restaurant or something. Or a restaurant of some sort, clearly. But I mean, this does work. We can extend it out like this. And then even wall this off. Perhaps. With that there. Does it come out all that way? No, it does not. And then what do you need to do? I think you need to get down below the floor area. In order to do that. Yeah, we can have a area over the top like this. And voila, like interior walls. Here's a new bedroom. Not the most private bedroom in the world, I must admit. But I mean, here we are. Also, are you just heading off there, or are you going to hang out? You should come into this house. You stay there. I'm chopping down that. Where's a good bird place? Perhaps not bedroom. Can I place chains facing up? Well, I can find out. I just picked up the crafting table. I don't know. I'll just plunk it down outside. How about? Since I haven't got a great place for it anymore. Hi, hi. Brog. So here's what I'm thinking. Burb perch. Come here. Can I persuade you to land on that? If you land on this, I'll make you sit there. How about it? Come on, it's a colorful burp place. It's perfect for you. What do I still have? Can I make a iron pressure plate? No, I do not have any iron ingots until I go and make lots of iron ingots. What am I doing with the tree? Okay, Burb, come here. I'm going to see how much you weigh. Right? Come here, come here, come here. Here. Follow me. Follow me. Does this look like fun? This must look like fun, right? Come on, get on there. Classy little table like this, come on. Slabs to push bird while it's sitting. Oh, I'm not looking to have you standing on top of that. I do have slabs though. Come on, Burb. Hey, it looks the same way I'm looking. Down, up, down, up. It is, isn't it? It's a nice little table, all made out of iron. I wasn't honestly planning slabs being there, though. This was for Burb to sit on. Okay, are you going to... sit on something? You having too much fun? Okay, you pick something to sit on that is not the floor. That's the floor. Oh, will it? I'm sure it will. You can sit there, but I'd prefer you sit on something that is not the floor. And then I will call it a day because it is 5:03. Or failing that, I'll just accept that. Although this was going to be a raised area. So this works. Okay, so that's kind of cool looking. Perhaps even better if it's like this. Oh, good enough. Well, no, I gotta be careful not to. You know what? Fine. Hang out in here. You can look out the window. Perfect. Perfect. Purdy bird. And let's be careful not to kill you with some kind of foolish... I don't remember what I did the last time, but it was a great sadness. And this is too damn much like a restaurant table, but I love it anyway, so I don't know what to do. Let's just move it out one. You and that autoclick, man. Woof. Or it could be a bedside table in here. For now, I'm going to leave it like that. And I'm going to log off from this apparently Japanese restaurant or something, whatever it is. And I'll talk to you folks later. Maybe we'll do this again next week if I'm not busy working on something. It was nice to spend a little time not just grinding as hard as I possibly can. Seems good. But for now, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. It was fun having so many people flurrying around playing on the server and stuff. Bye-bye.